Okay. I'd like to start this meeting, Thursday, August 17th, 2023, regular board meeting, Orange Unified School District. Board of Education, I'd like to start this meeting at 5:03. Trustee Rumsey, do we have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay, we have a quorum. Okay, now we move on to public comment on closed session items. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Do we have any cards?
Yes, we do.
How many do we have?
We have 4.
Okay.
The first speaker is Darshan Smolodin.
Tall person. Good evening, Board. Acting Superintendent Gonzalez. For those of you who don't know, my name is Darshan Smolodin, and I am a parent and taxpayer in Orange Unified. I was actually hoping I could go after Gloria Romero so that I could find out what was going on in closed session, but instead I will address what I think will be the appointment of Mr. Gonzalez as our superintendent. I want to address this since there has been no opportunity for parent input, talk about parents' rights. What I, as a parent in this district, would like to see in our next superintendent. I want a superintendent that will put our children first, not use them as human shields in political fights like Rick and Madison are doing tonight. I want a superintendent that will acknowledge how amazing our teachers are and stand up for them instead of allowing board members to vilify and lie about them, making them the target of dangerous outside extremists. I want a superintendent that will put the fiscal health of our district first instead of giving sweetheart deals to out-of-district charters that will not only cost us more money than they will bring in, but they take away our maintenance workers from our OUSD schools, leaving our OUSD students in facilities that...
Excuse me, this is on closed session items?
Yes, I'm talking about what I want in a superintendent.
Okay,
Are
but
we
don't
not
have-
appointing a superintendent tonight?
Okay,
No? Is that on the agenda?
please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Viewpoint discrimination, by the way. Leaving our OUSD students in facilities that start the school year with unfilled work orders, like our board majority just did. I want a superintendent that makes principals feel safe and like OUSD is a great district to work at instead of driving away 25% of our principals each year, as the board majority has done this year. This should also include administrators, so that we don't have the catastrophic losses at the district office each year. Creating positions for people acting in capacities they are underqualified for should not be a way of keeping personnel. I want a superintendent that doesn't allow board members to negotiate sweetheart deals for their kids' sports clubs, reducing income for district facilities and thereby my kids. I want a superintendent who will also object when board members push personal agendas like $30 million aquatic centers at the expense of our elementary schools, or just conflicts of interest in general. I want a superintendent who intends to allow our district to teach required state standards. And most importantly, I want a superintendent who won't allow our district to get bogged down in litigating expensive, easily avoidable lawsuits by not allowing board members to push their personal agenda or vendettas by passing illegal board policies. I want my tax dollars to stay in the classrooms with my child. Mr. Gonzalez, are you sure you want this job? Because if you fail at it, you put all of our students in harm's way.
Next is Jolynn Lang.
Hello, board. I feel like this is a little bit of a repeat. I was up here last meeting. You had a very vague closed session item then that you were doing some hiring. It was unclear if you were actually hiring a superintendent or just starting to look. At the time, I was hopeful that you were starting a search and you were going to get parent and community involvement. And I was very excited about the prospect as a parent to be involved in my child's future education. Well, closed session ended, nothing came of that. Nothing has come since then. We haven't heard anything. It seems a little more clear that its appointment of a superintendent is on this one. So I'm a little disappointed that we didn't involve any community input, parents, what we were looking for, nothing is, I don't even know if there was what type of vetting or search was done. I am sure if you appoint Mr. Gonzalez, he will do a good job to the best of his ability, and he may be the right candidate for us. But I would like to know that for sure. And I don't think that a very thorough search process was done. And if it wasn't communicated at all with the parents and families of Orange. For a board that is led by trustees who claim that parents' rights come first, I find it incredibly disappointing that it isn't parents' rights. It's certain parents that you like and have your viewpoints. Because I know that no one's listening to what I want as a parent. And I just hope that if it is Mr. Gonzalez that's appointed, you do a great job for all of our students. Thank you.
Frank Rodriguez. And then Scott Resnick after that.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'll make it quick. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we got a lot of speakers that want to speak. I initially was in favor of your guys' decision with the search firm a few months ago and delaying that. I'm going to retract that. I've changed my mind over watching what has transpired in this room. And while I don't know who you're going to be voting on or voting at all or who you might be appointing, I do hope it is, Ernie, because what is happening in this room really is going to hinder us when we go to search for a superintendent. I don't care what your political party is. I really don't care what your individual decisions are in these seats. But collectively, we need to put the person in that seat that's going to do the best job to the best of their ability. The people in this room, even in the teachers union, we have opposition. They want someone that makes them feel heard. And at the end of the day, even if you don't like me, if you don't like them, you can at least respond to their email and say, hey, this has been read, or hey, we got this. I want someone in that seat that will help push this district in a way that who cares if they don't like what people have to say, but at least feel heard. As a district, I want to make sure that your seats in there influence that position and vice versa. I want a superintendent that's going to challenge every single one of you in these seats in live moment, because they also have a big stake in this district too, regardless of their political opinions. So I just want to make sure that we put forth the best person, and I think that might be Ernie. I don't think if we go down the search firm route that we'll get the best candidate right now, just based on the climate of our district. And I think Ernie, based on his history here, it would be a great common ground for both sides to put someone like Ernie in place. I don't know who he is, but I hear the great things that people say about him, and I hear nothing negative about him. And if people had a problem over the last 7 months, we would have heard it. So I think the best thing for the district, for the best thing for the people in this room, and for the kids is let's just put a plug in this bleeding and put the man in charge and get it over with. Thank you.
Got a few exhibits in support of my speech on item 2B. Set these up right here. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening. I'm Scott. I'm an OUSD parent, an OUSD resident, an OUSD taxpayer, and an OUSD alum. Tonight, you're appointing a principal to fill an open role. I'd like to remind everyone this is not normal. Since January 5th, 25% of principals have left the district. Tonight, we're appointing just one replacement. This is just one symptom of the chaos you're wreaking over the district. Whatever vision you have for better is not working. The district has lost a disproportionate number of senior leaders under your watch, and the only way to stop the bleed is for Rick Ledesma and Madison Minor to be recalled. For everyone watching this meeting, know that this board majority has chased district principals out of OUSD. Here's a QR code to donate to the recall of Ledesma and Minor. Let's each donate $25 for the 25% of principals that have left under the Ledesma majority's leadership. Or if you're feeling extra generous, you can donate $224, $1 for each day that Rick Ledesma has let the district be run without a permanent superintendent. You can find more information about the recall, about how to make
Mr.
OUSD
Ledesma.
better, including about the principal
Yes.
exodus at
What does this have to do with closed
OUSD.com.
session?
This is about appointing principals. You have it on the agenda.
But
If you want me
seems
to
like
leave
the
sooner, the
material
sooner I
nature of
leave,
your speech
the
is
sooner
has to
I
do with the
leave, the
recall.
sooner I'm out collecting signatures for your recall. Let me finish. You can go to the website. It has all the information you need about the principal exodus that you have caused. And Mr. Ledesma, as much as I enjoy sticking around at these meetings to watch you walk all over our rights, tonight I'm going to leave here to walk all over the district in search of signatures to have you recalled. Good night.
No more comments.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to adjourn to closed session. 5:14.
might do that from over here. Yes, we're gonna do that right now.
Ahora aquí.
Check 1, check 2.
Sí, ahora mismo. Marque una comprobación 2.
Check 1, check 2.
Marque una comprobación 2.
This is the one we want. You're right. Good job. You had me worried a minute. I was.
Tenías ocupada. O tal vez lo estaba.
Hello? What'd that say?
What I said.
Oh, on the mic still?
Yeah,
Hola, eso es todo.
yeah.
So it's
tap
picking
the
this
mic.
up?
Yeah.
Mic's not on.
En el micrófono.
So this is not what we want.
Así que hablando yo mismo sin micros no encendido. Así que esto no es lo que queremos.
Say what you said. You want the main one, which is an English one.
Inglés. Inglés.
Come on, Chris Minucci. No way he's gonna answer.
No hay forma de responder.
Where's that from?
Mic or from this.
Hey, I need to help with some audio emergency.
A partir
So I'm
de esto.
picking up the desktop audio even though it's muted. And I'm not getting the window capture audio.
Necesito ayudar con una emergencia de audio recogiendo el audio del escritorio. A pesar de está silenciado. Y no estoy recibiendo el audio de captura de ventana.
How can I add audio? I have like 1 minute. Audio input capture?
Captura de entrada
Add
de audio.
existing mic audio input capture. Make source visible.
Agregue captura de entrada de audio, micrófono sistema. Hacer visible el
I don't understand how it's still picking. Yeah, get in quick as quickly as possible.
como sigue siendo posible.
Oh, check one. Meeting's about to start. You're gonna have to talk to Victor. Maybe we tell him in 5
Antes de
minutes.
empezar vas a hablar.
It's gonna load right now. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead and mute that. Yes. From the stream. It's on a web page.
Sí, de la captura está en uno.
So he wants the sound coming from the main computer. But the second one, the one that I'm on, is not the main
Que el
computer.
sonido provenga de la computadora principal. Pero el segundo, el que estoy, no es el principal.
Yes. Oh, he opened two windows. Hold on. Okay, I'm ready.
Estoy listo. Se va.
About us 2 minutes.
Sobre nosotros 2 minutos.
I mean, if it doesn't stream, it doesn't stream. Allow screen sharing. Allow.
Quiero decir si no se transmite. Transmite no permite compartir pantalla. 2000.
Stop and approve. Allow.
Mejorar permitir. Cortana.
So we should be getting audio from the screen capture.
Sí que deberíamos obtener audio de la captura de
Window
pantalla.
capture?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me, folks, we'll get underway here in a minute. We just have some technical things that we want to take care of before we start the meeting.
Amigos,
Thank you.
pondremos en marcha aquí.
Chris Minucci's assisting him.
Solo tenemos algunas cosas técnicas de las que queremos
getting an
ocuparnos
audio
antes de
from us.
comenzar la reunión. Gracias. Chris se la
I think it's got me getting both audio.
Lo que van a hacer ustedes dos. De acuerdo.
I don't know. I can do a test, I guess.
Este micrófono es el micrófono que existe.
If that's turned off, I don't understand why it's picking up our audio though.
No sé si puedo hacer una prueba, supongo.
Unless this is on.
Si está desactivado. Entiendo, está recogiendo nuestro audio. Aunque a menos que esto esté encendido.
We apologize, folks. We've got our communications team who's working on some technical issues because we want to make sure that the stream goes out properly for those people that are watching remotely. So they promised us they would let us know as soon as they're ready to go, and then we'll get the meeting started. So thank you.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this open session meeting to order, Thursday, August 17th, 2023, regular board meeting, Orange Unified School District Board of Education. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. Okay. Item 3B, report of closed session decisions. The Board of Education is pleased to appoint Mr. Ernie Gonzalez as the superintendent, subject to successful contract negotiations between the Board of Education and Mr. Gonzalez. The roll call vote was 6-0-1 with Board Member Page absent. Congratulations, Mr. Gonzalez. Look forward to continuing working with you. Okay, item 3C, adoption of the agenda.
If
Yes.
I may, we've got one more item out of closed session for reporting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. The Board of Education is pleased to announce the following appointment, Dr. Monica Luther to the position of Principal Middle School. The vote was 6-0-1 with Trustee Page absent. Congratulations.
Okay. Item 3C, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move it.
Moved by Board Member Ortega. Second? Second by Board Member Yamasaki. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0-1. Okay. Announcements and acknowledgements. 4A, Superintendent Report.
Good evening, Board President Ledesma, members of the board, staff, and community. I'd like to start tonight by congratulating our school community on a recent recognition. Parenting OC has awarded OUSD as Editor's Choice for Best North Orange County School District. This is a testament to the great work that continues to take place district-wide. We were awarded Parenting OC Reader's Choice Award in the same category.
Please, folks.
Was awarded the same award in the same category in 2021. And it's wonderful to know that our continued dedication to providing our students with high-quality educational program and opportunities is being celebrated. Also, yesterday was a great day filled with excitement and joy as our students began their first day of instruction for the 22-24 school year. I had a fantastic day visiting with students and staff as we embark on this new school year. The theme for this academic year is We Are OUSD. It's a powerful declaration that embodies the essence of our shared mission. The communications department has prepared the following video for us to share the We Are OUSD theme. Please enjoy. As we usher in the new school year, I am filled with gratitude for each and every one of you. Together, we are OUSD. We are not only educators, administrators, and support staff, we are champions for our students. Through our dedication to excellence and innovative programs, each day presents an opportunity to make a difference in the hearts and minds of our young scholars who walk through our doors. We are OUSD, a collective force committed to enriching the lives of our students and leaving a lasting positive impact on their journey. Together, we empower our students to chase their dreams, overcome challenges, and embrace learning with joy and enthusiasm. In our classrooms, hallways, and offices, we are OUSD. Our students continue to thrive, achieving remarkable milestones in their academic and personal journeys. Each success story ignites a spark of inspiration, encouraging us to continue fostering an environment where every student can reach their full potential. Let us continue to strive for excellence, lead by example, and inspire those around us to be the best version of themselves. Together we celebrate the greatness within OUSD, and we look forward to even more outstanding achievements and success in the days to come. Thank you to the communications team for that, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay, item 4B, Board President Report. I think, first of all, let me address what Superintendent Gonzalez just mentioned about the parenting OC. I think it's a wonderful recognition. We will be featured in the September edition, so please, everyone, please take a look out for that parenting magazine, Parenting OC, in September, please. All right, now let me go through a couple of again, housekeeping. We have a very robust, compelling. Some items are very compelling items on the agenda. So let me go through some of the requirements we're going to need from you folks out there in the audience. First of all, please respect those that are speaking at the mic. Please allow them to finish speaking without any interruptions. Let's be civil. Let's respect, even though there's going to be differing discussions here tonight, differing points of view. So that's what I ask, is that you please not disrupt each speaker, and that goes for either side of the issue. The process will be, if there's continued disruption, I will warn any individual that I notice is being disruptive, and then we will move on to potentially taking a recess if we have to, if it gets too much. It's important that we just have a good, consistent meeting. And worst case scenario would be for me to clear the room and bring back only the board and the speaker, and there would be no audience. Those are all the options as the board president and as the board has before them. So I just wanted everyone to understand the process. So I look forward to a very good meeting. Thank you. Okay, item 4C, board recognition of students, staff, and community. Would anyone like to speak? Okay. Trustee Erickson?
Sure. Thank you. Welcome everybody tonight. I wanted to welcome all of our students back to school. I've enjoyed seeing all of the social media that our OUSD parents and schools have been posting. I love seeing all those happy faces, those brand new backpacks and school supplies, and it just reminds us all why we are here. We are here to provide a welcoming educational environment for all students. And we are here to provide them challenging academics, and we want to provide them a place where they can learn and thrive and feel safe. I want to thank staff and teachers for working so hard to get things ready for our students' return. We had a lot of summer facilities projects. Some are still ongoing, but hopefully the improvements that have been made have been felt by all. There's also a lot of amazing things going on in our community for the benefit of our students. The Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation has been busy and just started a Strings for Students program, through which they donated nearly $15,000 worth of instruments to replace old ones for our music program. So we want to thank them for that. I also wanted to give a shout out to a member of the community, Tonda Fields. 6 years ago, she began a back-to-school backpack and supply drive. And it was very small, just sort of at her house. And she did it right before the start of school. And she invited a lot of us to donate, which we did. And over that 6 years, I've watched it grow and contributed to it and cheered it on. And this year, after 9 days, she collected more than $7,800 worth of supplies and backpacks. She filled 275 backpacks with supplies that she donated to Orange Unified School District students and our students through the Friendly Center. So thank you, Tonda Fields, for doing that. Lastly, I wanted to congratulate Ernie Gonzalez on your appointment to be superintendent. He stepped up during an extremely difficult time in Orange Unified that we are still going through. I did want to say that I agree with the public that a traditional superintendent search with public input would have been preferred. However, I don't think a traditional process, in my opinion, would yield a better candidate at this time. I don't think that, I agree with the speaker that spoke before closed session that we're in a very difficult situation, and I don't believe that, in my opinion, I don't think my voice would probably be heard very well in that process. So I think that Mr. Gonzalez has shown in his actions that he cares about Orange Unified over the last many years of service and our students, and I believe his priority is to keep Orange Unified together. I'm hopeful that he will continue to show that same level of dedication to OUSD, and I look forward to working with them. So thank you.
I'll share.
Anyway,
Is that okay?
Trustee Minor?
Nowhere near Miss Fields, but some very generous OUSD residents and folks from all over the state and even the country donated funds, and we were able to drop off very minuscule compared to Miss Fields, but a good supply of a good amount of supplies to students in OUSD. We were able to give it to Mr. Angel, and it was just really awesome to hear Mr. Angel, upon receiving it, letting us know that the students that would be receiving that were, you know, in high need, their teachers as well, in high need of the supplies. So that was amazing, and I echo Ms. Erickson. Congratulations to all OUSD students and staff and teachers, and thank you for all that you do for this district and for your students. So that was all.
Thank you, Trustee Minor. Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to welcome all the students, teachers, and staff back to school this week. It was great to see the pictures of smiling faces, full of excitement. Thank you to our teachers for making our schools a welcoming place for them. As soon as things settle down, I look forward to visiting the schools. I would also like to extend my congratulations to Superintendent Gonzalez. I look forward to working with you towards making OUSD one of the best school districts for our students. So thank you. Last week, before the start of school, I visited the Fairhaven Elementary School to see the wonderful new space for the TK students. For his Eagle Scout project, a student from Kenyon High School, Henry Lloyd, and volunteers painted a visually colorful activity space for the lower primary students. His goal was for students to exercise creativity, cooperative play, and develop basic motor skills and thinking. He also incorporated numbers and sight words on the wall of the playground so that students can learn while they play. I would like to extend a thank you to Henry and the volunteers for making this great space for our students. I also want to echo Ms. Minor and Ms. Erickson and thank all the organizations, Tonda Fields and Jennifer Creel, Assistance League, and many others for organizing school supplies and uniform donations. Thank you to the families who donate supplies to the schools. I've seen pictures of families walking in with paper and tissue and wipes, and so the support of our families is very much appreciated. I'd like to wish everyone the best for a successful school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. Trustee Rumsey.
Hello. I just wanted to welcome everybody to the 2023-2024 school year, praying for a happy, healthy, and successful year for all of our students and for our teachers, and all those who make our schools work. And congratulations to Mr. Gonzalez. Looking forward to working with you, and just looking forward to a successful school year. Thank you.
Trustee Ortega.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening and welcome everyone to our district. But I just want to say welcome back to all of our students. It's going to be a magnificent year. We have a lot of great staff in place, and I just want to thank our classified staff for all the hard work over the summer and preparing the schools and getting all the projects and everything, the deep cleans and everything that's associated with it. We want to welcome back our certificated back, and hopefully the training that you started to receive as far as emergency preparedness, active shooter, is coming full circle, as we said. So we've heard some good responses about that, and we look forward to that. And that is our goal, about trying to keep our schools as safe as possible, with a lot of good implementation as far as safety is concerned. So I want to thank our staff in that. As I mentioned, or I was going to mention now, is I'd like to congratulate Mr. Gonzalez as well. He has been here since 2012, serving in a capacity from high school principal on up. And he's done a phenomenal job for us as he's moved forward throughout the years in his tenure here. I would like to make a mention that Mr. Gonzalez is our first Latino superintendent in the school district of the students of which we serve. I would encourage you to sit down with Mr. Gonzalez and actually talk to him and understand where he's come from and in his humble beginnings. And so he can be able to share this with students and the public and everyone else, and I'll leave that for him. But he's a remarkable man, husband, father, and so he'll do very well for this district because he truly cares for the employees and especially for the students and their successes. So I want to say that as well. One of the other things I'd like to mention too, because we're in this political heightened awareness, is that a memo had been sent out earlier this calendar year and also just of recently of this month to all district leadership staff. And that came from Ms. Nib from our HR department, about political activities of employees and our board policies and ARs associated with it. And so just reading a couple of them is that posting or distributing political campaign material in classrooms through distance learning platforms or on district property, wear buttons, hats, or other articles of clothing that express political opinions on ballot measures or candidates during instructional time. Disseminate political campaign materials through district mail service, email staff, and mailboxes. Use students to write, address, or distribute political campaign material. Present viewpoints on particular candidates or ballot measures in classroom without equal time of presentations of all perspectives. And that's just a few. So I just want to make sure that everybody in the public understands that, our staff understands that, and their roles and responsibilities associated with that. So I just want that to be out there, that HR sent this to all of our leadership staff so that they do have it in their possession. But again, I just want to thank everybody for our new school year for 23-24. It's going to be phenomenal. We have some great administrators in place. I asked the public, I asked the parents, go and talk to these principals, go and meet with them, and you'll be very pleased, I will say. Anyway, I leave it with that, and so welcome everybody, and let's just be respectful of each other, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ortega. I want to echo something that Trustee Ortega mentioned about Mr. Gonzalez. Yes, I urge anyone in the public parents, citizens of the community, to meet with Mr. Gonzalez, and he's got some great ideas for the future of this district, and I think you'll be pleased to hear what he has to say. Trustee Page, would you like to share anything?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and I apologize for being late. I had to give a presentation on the findings of research that I had over the summer on the flaws of public education. Associated with that, this last summer, I did a study abroad in Costa Rica to really analyze education systems, not just within the United States, but also internationally, to analyze international leadership. During my trip, I was able to really look into and interview government officials with their own public education system. And Costa Rica is a bit unique because they demilitarize in order to fully fund their public education system, starting from early ed all the way into higher ed. And surprisingly, there's still a lot of flaws within their own education system. Within the last government, they've been reduced by 30%. So whatever they were funded originally, it's down to 30%. And they don't have some of the things that we have, for example, PTAs and different foundations to be able to support a lot of in order to supplement programs for students. They do have a lot of CTE programs, so I was able to share all the great work that Orange Unified has done in terms of supporting our students who choose a different path other than college. And I was able to share a lot of my learnings from while I was abroad with Mr. Gonzalez and some things that we can support our own staff here as well. I want to echo the sentiment of the first week of school. I had two little ones starting in the MIP program, and they have absolutely loved it so far. We have a new principal, we have new teachers, and even though there's a lot of challenges that we have been facing in terms of multiple school sites, I am so proud to see the resilience amongst our educators, that aside from everything else that is going on, they give it 100% to every single student. And so thank you for being able to pivot, be flexible, and be there 100% for our students and parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Page. Okay, we're going to move. Yes.
Excuse me, can I just make a little comment?
Sure.
All right, thank you. For the record, I think it was inappropriate for Trustee Ortega to make his statement because this is supposed to be board recognition of student, staff, and community. And I feel that what he had said is almost like a perceived threat to the employees here who clearly got the memo. So I just want to reassure the staff and that they have a First Amendment right to voice their opinions after hours, and that we will be there to protect you. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 5, approval of minutes, 5A, approval of minutes from the July 24th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I have some additions that I'd like to add, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, as to item 7A, which is the Explore Academy license agreement, I think we need to add that the board was advised that the license agreement was quote-unquote as is, and that repairs and improvements would be made to the property. The agreement was in lieu of Prop 39, and Explore waived their Prop 39 rights for the 24-25 school year. In response to board questions, staff indicated that Olive Crest had vacated the premises and had paid $16,000 per month for their license. Explore Academy would be charged $74,000 per year for school year 23-24, and Explore Academy would be charged $84,000 per year for school year 24-25. And I would like to amend the minutes to reflect that in item 7A. And I provided a copy of this to Ms. Eric.
Okay, so, Mr. Gonzalez, I think this is something that the board could take action on if we want to approve the changing of the minutes?
Yes, you can approve the minutes as amended with Ms. Erickson's additions, and I think what Ms. Erickson was referred to is some of the questions back and forth with the attorney and staff that was clarified here, so I think it would be appropriate to add it to the minutes.
Right, but yeah, we can.
So you can approve as amended.
Well, we can approve as amended or not approve as amended.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I think you'd have to vote on the amendment first, and then you'd vote on the
Yes,
approving the
yes,
minutes.
yes, we'd have to get a first and a second on the amendment, and then discussion. So is there a motion to amend the minutes?
I'll move to amend the minutes as stated.
Trustee Erickson, motion, or moved it? Trustee Yamasaki, second? Okay, discussion. Does anyone have any comments to say?
Well, I think it's fair to also point out that Ms. Nib stated that the property is rented by the amount of buildings, not by the square footage of the lot. If we're going to put all that other information in, then I feel like that should be added as well.
I don't believe there was any answer. I rewatched it, and there really wasn't an answer as to.
It was a statement by the lawyer.
I think it's, I think those numbers are a little misleading because it doesn't speak to the details that we, in the meeting, I think vetted, which were the fact that the amount of square footage that Olive Crest was occupying, was going to be very different than the amount of square footage that Explorer Academy was going to occupy.
These were just facts as stated, and so that's why I think they should be in the minutes.
Well, I think there are far more facts spoken about during the meeting and debated about during the meeting, and those should be in the minutes as well.
Well, then you can add those as your own amendment.
Then I think we should not approve this change, and we can either, if we do not approve this amendment, then we just vote on the minutes as is, or we can not vote vote no on in both cases, and we go back and we amend both amendments, or we add Trustee Erickson's amendment and we make our own amendment. We go back into the tape and we talk about the details that were discussed in the meeting. That should be included in the minutes. So the choice is, if we don't approve this one, then we vote to approve the minutes as is, or not. Okay? Does everybody understand?
Well, right now, we're voting to yes or no.
Yes or no on
To include her
to
amendment.
include her amendments. And my position is no. So we have a motion and a second. So
Can we not approve the minutes and bring them back at the next meeting and approve them then?
well, we have to first vote on this one. We'd have to decline this current one in order to bring anything back.
Or Trustee Erickson can rescind her motion.
I can do what?
Well, your
Rescind.
motion.
Rescind your amendment.
I can rescind my motion on the condition that we actually then remove this from the agenda and come back with additional amendments.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to
Table.
rescind. We need to vote on,
Yeah.
First, she's going to rescind.
okay?
I'll rescind my
There you
amendment.
go.
Yes.
Okay. So now that ball's in your court then, right?
Well, I
Mr.
believe
Gonzalez?
Ms. Erickson said that she would rescind if there was additional
Conditionally, right.
amendments. Now, you can either amend the record to include those statements right now, or if you want to direct staff to go back into, watching the board meeting.
That's what we want.
And then add more detail to the comments, because usually
Add
they're
more
summarized.
detail to the comments.
Yes, please.
And then we can do that and then provide that to the board before the next meeting for
Yes.
approval. Is that the understanding?
Yes.
That and direction on getting, or were you expecting
It would be,
So
amendments
I'll
today?
make a motion that we, I want to say continue, that's my lawyer talk, that we put this matter on the September calendar with the additional
yeah, I'd say that we want to table it.
information.
We want to
Table it?
Yeah.
Okay, for a certain time, though, we
For the
have to
next-
say. Table it
to be
until
approved.
September
Right,
meeting.
7th.
at which time it'll be brought back with additional amendments.
Yeah, and I'll work with staff to get that done.
Okay.
I'll second.
Well,
We don't
I
have to
know-
vote
I
on
don't-
it.
I don't even think we need to vote on it.
Thought
We
she'd
just-
made a
We can do
motion.
that through
Sorry.
consent. We can
Okay.
consent. Okay? All right, thank you. Okay, trustee Rumsey, item 6, public comment.
Members of the audience may address the Board of Education on agenda items during the consideration of that item. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Public comments on non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction will occur after consideration of action items, information discussion items, and consent items. We do not have any comments for 7A.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so item 7A, proposed revisions to board policies and bylaws, second reading and for approval.
Yes,
Mr. Gonzalez.
thank you, President Ledesma. The district's board policies and bylaws are reviewed and updated periodically as new state and federal laws and regulations are enacted. The proposed revisions for the following board bylaws and policies are presented for a second reading and approval here, and it's recommended that the Board of Education receive the proposed policy revisions for the second reading and approval.
Okay. Does anybody have any discussion on this or want to?
I do.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry that I'm not, I think it's, is it meeting conduct,
Yes,
9323?
it would be, I think the one you commented to me was Board Bylaw 9323.
Okay, so I submitted a little bit of a change that I would like to see happen. I'm really happy that we have our students that are able to speak before anybody else. I think that's excellent. I think that's a great change. But I would like to change the 20-minute time to a 30-minute time. So it would read, the total time for agenda items and non-agenda items at regular meetings shall be 30 minutes. When more than 30 individuals have presented requests to speak, the time allowed to the first 30 who made requests will be as follows.
Wait, let me follow. So only when there's 30 minutes, if more than 30, or you want to change it to 30 minutes?
Right, I'm going to change it to
Period.
30 minutes. And so
Yeah.
that then changes the next line, which is the number of, so if there's 1
30
through.
individuals.
Right, if there's 30 individuals, 1 through 10, if there's only 10 or less, they would get
I got that's
3
all.
minutes.
I'm sorry. Yep.
1 through 15 would get 2 minutes, and then 1 through 30 would get 1 minute each. And I wanted to add that immediately thereafter, that the number of speakers as to any agenda or non-agenda item will be determined just prior to the time that item is considered, and speakers must be present to be counted in that total. And that would be the amendment I would make,
Okay, so.
and I can tell you why I have that.
No, I'm following it. I think there's some good changes here. But to have all those so we'd have to call out all the cards ahead of time to make sure all the speakers are available.
As to
Right.
that item, yes. And the reason for that is, at the last meeting, several people put in speaker cards. I counted 6, I think. It may have been 5. And what that did is it changed the number of speakers, therefore cutting down the time that each speaker had. But when the time came, those people weren't here to speak. So I think it unfairly cut off public speaking time, because somebody can easily just come in, put a card in, and then if they leave, that shouldn't impact the people that have remained and want to keep speaking.
Yeah, so the number could have been, started out at 30, but throughout the night, it reduced down to 15.
Correct.
And we left it at 1 minute.
Exactly.
When it could have gone to 2 minutes or something.
Exactly.
That makes sense. Okay, anything else?
So how many, you said 1 to 7 would get 3 minutes. Did A, B, and C change?
Actually, it would be
It's a
1
1
to
to 10.
10 would
1 to
get
10.
3 minutes. 1 to 15 would get 2 minutes. 1 to 30
30.
would get 1 minute.
Okay.
And my suggestion on this is that if there is agreement by the board, that it just may be prudent for us to to pull that policy, let us go back and make
Okay.
the revisions and present it back to you for a vote at the next meeting.
Okay,
That's fine.
to make those changes?
Yeah, I think that's fine. And obviously, we always have the ability, which is stated in there, we can always vote to extend the time, but yes.
Is everybody
Well-
to pull this and the staff will rework it?
Well, I have a question about what do we do if we have more than 30 speakers?
Right.
Because we allot 30 minutes. And so if
So
we
it'll be
have.
1 minute per
So we-
speaker.
So it'll be 30 minutes max, unless there's more than 30 speakers, then we'll give 1 minute to each speaker.
And then I think the policy reads that the speakers that are over 30 would move to the end of the agenda, is the
But it
way that
can't-
a policy reads.
But I would like to hear the speakers before the agenda items if they are speaking on an agenda item. Like, it would make no sense for us to vote on something and then put them at the end of the agenda.
The only thing would be there is if we had, kind of like tonight, if we had more than 30, then let's say it's 35, then we go 1 minute. That's the only thing that's what I would say to the board is that 1 minute still on that item. Anything over 30 is 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes.
But
They
will
still
they
just speak to the
all,
item.
okay, but will they all get to speak right before the agenda item?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I think currently the policy is no, they would be moved to the end, but
Right.
we can also make that change when we bring it back. So that way, all the speakers are heard before that item.
But really, this would be 30 or more.
But that would also create no limit of time on an agenda item. And I
Correct.
don't know
Yep.
if the board means
Correct.
that to be non-agenda and agenda, or just agenda, items.
I would just say agenda.
Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
You know, it's commonly known across school districts that you set a time limit and that's it. We have a board meeting to conduct. We need to conduct business, or else we're going to be listening to speakers till midnight and not conduct any business. And so you limit it to that amount of time, because if not, we're going to continue to go on as we have. In that sense, I mean, at a certain point, we're being respectful, but then at the same time, we're conducting business of the board. So how do we then move forward, when we don't conduct business till 10 o'clock at night?
It's
When our
interesting.
board policy states that meetings will adjourn at 10 PM. So it's finding the balance and how to, approach that respectfully in that manner.
Okay. Anyone else?
Is it, can we have a consensus?
Well, that
That
that's
every time that happens, like tonight,
like over 30, then, yeah, we have a consensus of
that
how we're
we
going to
come
handle
up
it.
with board consensus?
I think you can, we just need to understand what the default would be, and then in the moment, you could make a change to it.
I think the default is 30 minutes, 30 speakers.
And then the rest would then be moved to the end, the rest would not be heard,
No,
or the rest
yeah.
would
The
be
rest would be
heard at
moved
that
to the
moment.
end.
But then,
But if
what
they're
about the
speaking
item?
on an agenda item, I think it's important for them to speak before the agenda item.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So it would be in the consensus of the board, just
Just
like when we hit 10 o'clock, we take a consensus. On this item, will we let everyone speak? Yes, we realize we're going to go an extra 30 minutes, but, and like what she was saying, make sure everybody's even in the room.
Right.
I think,
But the default is to have parameters,
right.
right?
And the parameters up to 30, 1 minute. Anything over 30, it falls into the consensus of the board. The board decides at that moment in time.
Okay.
That's what consensus means.
So because you're going to take this back to staff, right? Rewrite it.
Yes.
We'll read it, and then we can
Yeah, so we can also
hopefully come
provide it
to
in
an
a
agreement.
Friday update before
Right.
before the next board meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I want to say, I think that that's good, and we always have that option. If we have 32 speakers, we can obviously say, we'll take all 32, and I think
Right,
that's reasonable. I think it's only when we have special situations where maybe it's not. But I agree, actually, with Mr. Ortega that, you know, part of this limiting the time is not to cut people off, but it's really to get to business. And I do think we need to be mindful of that. And if, so I do think that in order to be able to conduct business, we need to really try to do what every other district does, which is limit time.
set limits.
And we
Okay.
could, I mean, we could set it at 45 minutes if we wanted to, but whatever we decide to do, I think, I don't think that's unreasonable.
All right. So,
I have that direction, and so I think the recommended motion would be to accept for second reading and approval all board bylaws presented except for 9323.
okay. All right. Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Real quick,
Yes.
on the agenda content, I'm sorry,
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
I'm trying to,
I'll remove my motion.
I have mine right here if you need one.
yes, please. Where was it? So one of the things that we had discussed, and I think this is looking at the agenda, how the layout is, the consent calendar, you know, what have you. If this is prudent to add it, how it looks at our agenda, and how it's laid out, the format, if you will.
Right.
Due to the amount of time that we do have and the amount of time we do spend at the beginning of the meeting, we really don't get to the beginning of the meeting till later on. I would make the recommendation that we would move, and whether we can do that tonight or not, based on this, is that move the item 4C to the end of the agenda, so that we can then start immediately to the board meeting. Because it seems to be a big delay in that. And so, and then we would be able to move forward and start conducting our business right away.
I'd like to make a comment on that if possible.
Okay, are you done, Trustee Ortega? Yeah, give me a second there, Trustee Erickson, hold on.
Yeah,
just wanna
I
make-
would-
Wait, I want to make
oh,
sure
I'm
that
sorry.
Trustee Ortega's done. Are you done, or you want to make?
Yeah, it just basically how do we, you know, conduct, you know, to actually, when we celebrate our employees of the month, how do we do that? You know, a variety of other things that we conduct in the beginning of a meeting. And so I'm putting that out for.
Well, usually the recognition of folks it comes before this item
Correct.
C. So that would not change, you're
That
saying?
wouldn't change. Where are you proposing that this goes?
Just at the end.
At the end. Okay.
Okay.
All right, are you done? Okay, Trustee Erickson?
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I would absolutely object to that. I think that that is probably one of the best parts of our meeting, frankly, and sometimes it's the only joyful part of these meetings right now, is actually giving recognition to student, staff, and community members. I think if we're going to be giving recognition and we're going to be celebrating things, we shouldn't make people stay until midnight to be celebrated. It doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say that.
I thought you did, but okay. I definitely would like to keep our board recognition and all of that at the beginning of the meeting. That way, when we do recognize people, they can go home.
That's
if
not
they
what
want
I
to.
said. You're misstating what I said.
Oh,
I
I'm
said
sorry. I didn't mean to
item
misstate. I must have
4C,
misunderstood.
I said, is board recognition. It doesn't say any awards
It's
or
for the board
employees.
members. It's the
for
board
board.
recognition of
Has nothing to
students,
do
staff.
with staff celebrating. So it's completely different.
So trustee Erickson,
okay, so
what I
just so
said
I'm-
earlier, all those recognitions of students or anybody, like we always do, would be right after board president's report. The only thing would be the board member comments, board recognition of student, staff, and community.
Right, so it's just to basically move our comments to the end of the meeting when everybody's gone.
Right.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think so. I think that that's not a good idea. I think that, like I said, this is the part this is the joy. This is the fun part when we get to go to schools and we get to talk about it, we get to recognize students. That's what we're here for, and I think that that should remain at the beginning of the meeting. If you, yeah.
So
Go ahead. Trustee Rumsey?
I think you make a very good point. If all of us take 5 minutes, that's 35 minutes. And then if all 4 of our student board members take 5 minutes, that's another 20 minutes. So that's 55 minutes for item 4C. And if we start our meeting at 7 and we're doing the pledge and the report and the adoption and the superintendent report and board president report, and we get to item 4C and we're looking at all of us just spending 5 minutes, that's almost an hour. And we haven't gotten to action items or discussion items. So we don't have a time limit now. And even though 5 minutes does add up, I don't mind keeping it here, and I think it's good. I totally hear what you're saying. I think that's wise. But maybe we can also have a limit.
I think if we limit the public, we should limit board members. So I think we ought to come to an agreement of how many minutes per board member on board recognition of students, staff, and community. I think maybe this is another one to pull.
Actually, the order of business that is being discussed right now really is contemplated in Board Bylaw 9323.1, where it kind of shows the order of the agenda. So we could actually approve all of the board bylaws as presented today. And if there's a suggestion on changing the order of business, we can take up Board Bylaw 9323.1 at another time. But the board also has the ability, without putting anything in writing and bylaw, to make agreements about, the amount of time that they're going to spend. The only time you'd really need to move it is if you're moving the order of business to the end on some of these, then it would require that change in board bylaw.
Where this, Trustee Rumsey did not point it out, but she talked about 5 minutes, so if everyone takes 5 minutes and how long that would be. But in looking at this agenda, right after board president's report, once we start getting into the school year, we're recognizing employees, we're recognizing different week celebrations, the week of the teacher, week of the classified, week of the bus drivers, and then we're also recognizing different teams and their success, at different programs at the different schools. So by then we're like at close to maybe 8 o'clock, 8:30 when board recognition, and we take another hour, and then by 9:30 we're looking at approval of the minutes, and close to 10 o'clock we're doing action items.
In terms of the recognitions that are planned and conducted by the staff, we've actually had some discussions about that too, and so we've brainstormed some ways in which we can equally celebrate accomplishments and awards and recognitions in a way that might streamline in time.
Well, I'm much more interested in that than other things. So that can, if you're going to streamline it, that's great, but I don't want to ever take that away.
No, we want to celebrate, and I know sometimes, people waiting to be recognized at that amount of time, that it takes for them to be recognized, sometimes would prefer to watch, pictures or videos on, a screen at home rather than, be here to receive some of the recognition. So we're talking to folks just to kind of see, if you're recognized, how would you like it done? Would you like to be here in person? Would you like a video or a slideshow presentation? So we're trying to find ways to save some time in that area.
Whatever the case may be, but just let's not take it away from the agenda. Let's keep that going. Like I said, the only suggestion I have on this one, if we're going to keep C where it's at, is maybe have 3-minute time limit. That would be 7 board members. That's 21 minutes.
Well, if I may,
Yes.
obviously, board comments and board recognitions are fundamentally different than when the district is awarding things. So I think we, as board members, have individual experiences. We go out and visit, or most of us do go out and visit campuses and see programs, and we report back on them. Most of the time, all 7 of us aren't speaking, but we're reporting back things that we've learned and seen on the ground, and that's fundamentally different than the employee of the month or whatever. And I think that seeing that perspective, when the public gets to hear that perspective and hear about all the programs that we're doing, I think that's really important to creating just a real vision of what our district is, because you can't really get that just from reading our website. I think sometimes when we go and we talk to people and we talk to teachers and we participate in a lesson, I think that is the part that really paints a more accurate picture of our district. So I would just like to see it. I don't want to be unreasonable, but on the other hand, I do think that that's an important part of our agenda.
Which is fine. I just say give ourselves a time limit. I think 3 minutes is reasonable.
And I think I agree with that. I think a time limit is reasonable. And I also feel like most of the time, if I go visit a school site, the students aren't here at the board meeting for the most part anyway. And so if we have it recorded, which we do, they could always watch the meeting back, and it doesn't matter where on the timeline it was because they can watch the recording. So it's not like you won't be heard. It's just at a different point, because I would rather hear from the public, quite frankly.
So we can approve, somebody needs to make a motion to approve these board policies.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Because he said that,
We can approve all these.
right.
Except for, with the exception of the last one.
Well, I didn't have an opportunity to speak. May
Okay,
I?
hold on, I'm just explaining.
Okay,
Well,
it sounds like you were
Trustee
going to go
Dempsey.
right into a motion, so that's
No.
why I wanted to make sure I'm heard before you go.
Of course.
I believe the topic you're talking about in terms of limiting board comments and recognitions would be something that would either need to be taken up by the board just by consensus or understanding about agreements with each other in terms of how long you would take. But if it involves moving the order of business at all, then we would need to take it up as a first and second read as a change to the board bylaw 9323.1. So we don't have that here tonight, so we wouldn't be able to take action on it. But of course, the board can make agreements with each other, certainly.
But we can vote on 20 to 22, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. Trustee Yamasaki, you had something to say.
Yes, as far as 4C is concerned, I'd like to keep it where it is. I don't mind having some time limits, but, within reason. I think every board member should be conscious of their own time. So if we, as board members, can make it a point to be more concise, that would be great. I would also like to say that this is a time for board recognition of students, staff, and community. So maybe if we can limit or not include any statements or grandstanding or lecturing of people during this time, that would probably save us some time too.
Okay, so I think we can go ahead and vote on what we have here, and then it sounds like we have to, through consensus, have to agree to put a time limit, keep item C where it is, but just agree through consensus of a time limit. And I propose 3 minutes.
I'll second that.
This is just through consensus here
Okay.
before we take our vote.
Okay, so
Sure.
she made a motion and then she took her motion back.
Right.
So we need a motion for these.
No, but right now we're just going through consensus just so we understand what we're going to do with item C and put a time limit amongst ourselves.
Okay.
Okay?
Is that, you're saying that's formal or informal?
That's informal.
So informal,
We're
we
just
don't
gonna
need to be
agree-
talking about it right now.
Well, we can agree that September meeting, there's a 3-minute time limit on 4C.
Right,
That's all.
but if Ms. Yamasaki, trustee Yamasaki is the only one speaking, why should she be limited to 3 minutes? If you're not speaking and I'm not speaking, then, I mean, I think
don't
if
know-
we
we
all
don't know
have
who's
something
gonna
to
speak.
say, then
We
we
don't
could
know.
agree to limit the time. But otherwise, I don't really see that there's a need for that, but that's just my opinion.
I think we need to have a set time limit,
I
no
agree.
matter who's speaking.
Okay.
We do that to the public.
And Mr. President, if I know this was introduced for the first time today, you can certainly, try to get consensus today, or you can ask the board members to reflect on that and maybe revisit it before the next,
Right.
board meeting in that area, kind of discuss it again right before we get into the student recognition
Okay.
with staff.
Sure. So, yeah, we'll maybe give feedback to the superintendent on this idea, and then he and I can discuss it, and we either bring it back to discuss again at the next meeting, or we actually make an agenda item out of it. Okay, so now approval of these minutes with the exception of 9323. Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval of 9220 through 9322.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by trustee Erickson, seconded by trustee Rumsey. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
President Ledesma, if we're going to be bringing back another board policy or board bylaw, I would like to ask that the last time we did the Parents' Bill of Rights, you had indicated that I could bring it back to move my amendments in, and I would like to ask that we do that as well, since we're going to be bringing other policies back.
Okay, can you, like anything that we put on the agenda, can you submit a request for that?
I'm making that request right now.
Well, what's our board policy? I think it's got to be in writing 10 business days before the meeting.
Board bylaw does ask that it be in writing, but I can work with trustee Erickson on that.
Okay.
Take this as my notice, and I'll get it in writing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Item 7B. Adoption or adopt resolution 0-23-24, 04-23-24, 05-23-24, and 06-23-24 to cease to be subject to the Public Employee Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to OUEA, CSEA, confidential leadership employees, and the Board of Education, respectively. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the board agenda item as presented. Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Rivera will present on this item.
Okay. Mr. Rivera.
Superintendent Gonzalez, I'd like to say that for the first time. My colleagues in cabinet and the community that's here from Orange. My name is Dave Rivera. I'm the Deputy Superintendent and the Chief Business Official for the district. We've been working on a project for a little bit more than a year and a half to look at the impact of the cost of benefits and the rising cost of benefits for medical plans. So let me walk you through what we've done in the last year and a half. The district selected to go to CalPERS to purchase its insurance in 2010. Since then, there hasn't been a real review of that decision or to see if that decision is still meaningful and helpful to us. So we have a committee that we assembled, representatives from both the teachers and classified union. We also had our district administrators. I'd just like to point out our risk manager, Diana Gaeta. She did a remarkable amount of work in analysis, supporting the committee and providing information. So she's not here tonight, she's actually watching. and I want to commend her for all her work, and you're going to see the benefits of that work later on in this report. So the timelines. So before we started this formal process a year ago, we were in the discussions, planning, having communications with our associations, looking at data ourselves. So I'm not going to read to you these timelines. I think the most important timelines to look at is the ones here in August, where there's been some extensive communications going out to our employees, whether you're an active employee or a retiree. So we're doing extensive outreach. There's going to be a lot of conversations, a lot of one-on-one meetings that we're making available for our employees to make sure that they're fully aware of and that we can support them in the changes that they would like to make in their insurance plans. So the agency that we've identified is called CISC. Here's a listing of 41 agencies that use them locally. So once we got the list, we started calling, vetting, seeing what the feedback was from these agencies and were they satisfied with the insurance companies, and we received a high level of support from them, very positive support. So what's the difference in this decision? So here's a chart. The second column is CalPERS. That shows you the plans that we have now. And CISC is the third column. That shows you, this reflects some plan designs. And this is for the HMO, Anthem HMO plan. So you can see that there's a nominal change in office visits in red, but you also see some areas in green. Areas in green means actually the benefits are better. So you can see there's a significant difference, like for pharmacy, the current plan, employees have a $15,000 per year out-of-pocket maximum. Under the new plan, that number is now $2,500. So that's a significant difference to what employees will qualify for without having to spend more money out of pocket. And there's even some options here that people that shop at Costco, that they receive further discounts. So what's the change in the difference in the cost? So we have two charts here, one for certificated employees and the other one for the classified. Most of our employees have a family plan. Our largest contributor is Kaiser. So as you follow across, in 2000, this is what the employees are paying right now out of pocket on a monthly basis. So in 2022, that was $456, $532. We saw that there was an upward trend. And for 2023, we negotiated with the associations to cover that cost one time while we were in the process of looking at our options and weighing what was the best option for the district. CalPERS provided a quote for Kaiser of 19.67%. So if we were to stay with Kaiser, that premium for family would be nearly $1,000 a month, almost double compared to what they've been paying. With CISC, that number is $250 less a month. For the HMO plans, if you just look at the last two columns, you can see that there's almost a $300 difference in what employees will have to be paying. Classified, because they have a different contribution, you can just see the same information, what the deductions would be. And they're almost, if we were to stay with CalPERS, for the HMO plans, they're almost double compared to if we were to convert. And the difference here is $250 for Kaiser. So we've broken down the impact to all our participants. So the first bullet is, that is the cost avoidance of going to CISC rather than paying the higher premiums for CalPERS. So you can see there's a $2.9 million reduction of cost to employees. These other plans we have broken down these are plans that the district pays. So these are actual savings that we're not going to have to pay premiums or pay taxes. So the last one is an administrative fee. That's nothing more than a tax. So you add up the total amount of this decision, you're seeing that there's over a $5 million savings, $5.2 million savings. Most of it is the employee, the rest of it is the district. So what we're asking for the board to consider, and this was the recommendation from our committee, is to take action on item 7B, to approve the termination of the agreement with CalPERS, and that would end with benefits ending December 31st, and approve item 7C, which would be approving the new plan year, which is January 1, for the new SIS plan. In addition, we have a vendor that we're going to be working with that is giving us more competitive rates than what we're getting right now for, and that's the hiring of a consultant, retiree first, to oversee our over 65 plans. And that's under item 11J. I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have at this point.
Any questions for Mr. Rivera?
I have one question.
Trustee Page?
Thank you for the presentation, and it was nice to see the difference of the cost, and also I appreciate you for bringing it to our attention earlier rather than it becoming a problem later. The question that I have is in regards to the transition. What will it look like for our employees? So just give you a typical employee, December 31st to January 1st, like what would they experience?
So before we get to that date, there's going to be extensive meetings with our employees to walk them through the process. In some cases, like if you're in Kaiser, there's no change. Kaiser goes to Kaiser. And that's probably about 60% of our employees. So the rest of the employees, in some cases, there's the same network. So what we're doing is just filling out, employees are going to have to fill out documents, provide us all the information because this is a different provider. We can't roll over information like we do in the other system. And then as we get close to that date, to conversion, if someone has a medical condition and they've already been pre-approved for, let's say, surgery or procedure, by law, they still continue with that authorization. So in some cases, employees are not going to notice a difference between December 31st and January 1st. A great number of our employees are going to see the same transition. It's going to be very smooth. If I was to put a number, you're probably between 80 to 85% of those employees, of our employees, are not going to notice anything different. For the plans that are not being offered in CISC, but are being offered in CalPERS, employees are going to have to make a selection of which plan they want to go to, which network they want to go to. In some cases, they're going to have their doctors. So it's not going to be a major decision. So we have a lot of communication, a lot of meetings going out. We're going to be providing subs at school sites, so that way when teachers have to, come and meet with a representative, that we have that support like we have in the past. So our goal is that this is very seamless and that employees are notified and we're over-communicating and make this as simple as possible for people as we transition. So that way we can avoid those high rate increases that no one wants to pay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you. So I noticed that the number of choices is reduced, right, before we had more plans offered. I don't see an option for a PPO plan. Is that something that we are not offering
No, there
anymore?
are options for PPO plan.
Oh,
Let
there
me address your question.
Okay.
Your statement. The more plans that you offer, the more administrative costs that are going to be charged to maintain those plans. So when we had 11 plans or 12 plans, we received a high level of costs from CalPERS because they had to maintain those many plans.
Mm-hmm.
So whether anyone enrolled in those plans or not, we still incurred high cost. By reducing the offering to 6 compared to 11, we're able to significantly impact the premiums that we pay. It doesn't mean that we're receiving lesser services. It just means we're not paying as much as we used to. And that's what many districts are starting to do now. In fact, there's another district in Orange County that I found out last week that is also transitioning to CISC. So there's going to be a greater presence in Southern California, in Orange County, to going to the CISC plans. The CISC plans focuses on school districts, county offices of education. The CalPERS plans includes other government agencies that have higher risk, like police and fire. So the cost that we're seeing is really being impactful, not because of the educational unit, it's because of the other segments of government, which carry higher risk and higher cost. So by transitioning, we're going to see what ends up being about a $2,500 per employee impact when you're looking at family plans.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that there was a PPO option.
Yes, there is. And what we can do is work with you and work with your specific plan to make sure and answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
Okay?
Anyone, Trustee Erickson?
Just a comment, just so people know that all of these meetings, again, there were representatives from Orange Unified Education Association, California School Employees Association, and a representative from the retired teachers. And all have agreed to this change, so we're not just springing it on anybody. And if you could explain just a little more clearly what the counseling service for the 65 and older retirees is, what that's going to provide for those retirees that are 65 and older. And those are the lifetime benefit employees, correct?
So we have retirees that are under 65 and receiving benefits, and we have retirees over 65 that have lifetime benefits. We have about 950, if you add the two, about 600 have lifetime benefits. So they're going to see the same thing that we see for our regular employees. There's going to be representatives there from our risk management department. We're going to have representatives from the insurance company, from CISC. So we're going to walk through, and we're receiving letters now. So you're going to receive a letter tomorrow. It's a copy of a communication that's gone into the retirees, walking them through step by step. We know that some of our retirees, they don't have access to technology, not the same as a, let's say, a new employee. So we're taking all those things into consideration. So we're going to do face-to-face meetings. So we're going to offer as many face-to-face meetings or virtual meetings for our retirees that we can, to make sure that that their information, that the questions that they have, we have answers. And if it's not us, then the insurance company, to make sure that they have the most accurate information. Okay, we're making every effort to touch every employee, make sure that people feel comfortable with this decision.
Anyone else? I have one question. From start to finish, how many months did the committee work on this?
For the committee itself, I believe that we've been at it since October. I believe it was October that we started, October of last year. Discussions before we formalized it.
I was going to say, it's been a while.
It's been a while. We've been probably working at this for about a year and a half. In the business office, we've been doing a lot of analysis and looking at the trends before we brought forward and say, okay, this is an area we want to focus on. So we've been at this for about a year and a half in the district, and probably since October with the committee formalizing it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the extensive research and analysis done by the staff and the committee's participation.
Thank you. I'll share that with the group.
Anyone else?
I'd like to move it.
Okay, moved by Trustee Ortega.
I will second.
Second by Trustee Rumsey. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, item 7C, adopt resolution 07-23-24, authorizing participation in self-insured schools of California, Roman numeral 3. Let me read the recommendation. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the board agenda item as presented. Mr.
I'll move
Gonzalez.
I'll second.
Okay, no further.
It is the same presentation,
yeah.
so simply
Okay.
put, it's goodbye to CalPERS and
Right.
to everyone hello to
Thank you. So moved by trustee Ortega, seconded by trustee Erickson. Did I get that right? Okay. Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, on to information item 8A, proposed board policy regarding parent guardian notification. First reading. I have a statement to read here. Before we take cards. All right. Board Member Madison Minor and I, with the review of legal counsel, have prepared this proposed parent guardian notification policy. We believe that that it is important to clarify communications between the school district and parent guardians on these important matters pertaining to the mental health and social emotional issues of their students at the earliest possible time in order to prevent or reduce potential issues of self-harm. The policy recognizes that parent guardians have fundamental rights to be informed and involved in all aspects of their students' education in order to promote the best outcomes. The proposed policy also recognizes there are education code provisions and other statutes pertaining to counseling and confidentiality, as well as the obligation by district employees to report child abuse and neglect. In order to do this, the proposed policy would require notification to parents, guardians by school district staff within 3 school days of the following: student requests to be identified or treated as a gender other than the student's biological sex or gender listed on the student's birth certificate or any other official record. Student requests to use a name that differs from their legal name or to use pronouns that do not align with the student's birth certificate or other official records. Students' requests to access sex-segregated school programs, activities, or facilities that do not align with the student's biological sex or gender listed on the birth certificate or other official documents. Student requests to change any information contained in the student's official or unofficial records. A significant physical injury experienced by a student while on school property or while participating in a school-sponsored activity. A student's statement regarding suicidal intent and/or a district school staff member's suspicion or knowledge of a student's suicidal intentions based on students' verbalizations or act of self-harm. Any incident or complaint of a verbal or physical altercation, including bullying by or against the student. Notification to the parents/guardians will be made by telephone, mail, email, or conference. The district employees who make such notification shall either keep a record of such notification if written, or document such notification if verbal. Notification to the parent/guardians are subject to the confidentiality and limited disclosure provisions in Education Code Section 49602, Family Code Section 6924, and Health and Safety Code Section 124260. For example, Section 49602 provides for confidentiality for counseling between school counselors and students 12 years and older, unless there is a clear and present danger in the health, safety, or welfare of the student or their parents or school community. The other code sections pertain to mental health counseling for minors 12 years and older, and that will include involvement of the parent guardian unless the professional, after consulting with the minor, determines that the involvement would be inappropriate to do so. We will now take the cards. So, as we discussed back and forth, we are now at a point where we need to have some kind of consensus here because we have 61 cards?
60.
60. 60 cards on this. So
So 1 minute is 1 hour.
1 minute is 1 hour, or if we
Or
want
30 minutes.
to, or with 30 minutes is, and then the other 30, I don't know what we do with, but any suggestions here?
I think we stick to the policy that we've had to date, and we listen to every single one for 1 minute.
Okay, anyone else?
I agree.
Okay,
That's fine with me.
all right. So then the next question is, do we want to call out the names and make sure everyone's here?
I can do like I can do the first 20, and then after 20 we
Well,
can
in
do 20
this
more.
situation, it wouldn't matter because
It probably
everybody's
Everyone's
going
gonna
to
be
be,
Pretty early,
1
yeah.
minute anyway.
yeah, everybody's going to speak anyway, so.
So we'll just
I'm
drop
still
that.
going to list the first 10.
Okay,
Manuka Gregorian is number 1. And apologize if I say your name wrong. Joe Lynn will be number 2. Soren Williams, then Jenny Sloan, then Darshan Smolodin, then Michelle Zai, XAI, then Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, and then Frank Rodriguez.
okay.
So if those people could line up, we got Manuka Gregorian.
So we have, some of these folks are over in the other classrooms, so if you heard your name, please at least try to make your way to the general area here, so that way when we call your name, you're close by. So Trustee Rumsey will call the first name and the second name. Will you also call the third
That's
name?
fine. And yeah, if you forget your order, I'll let you know. So Manuka Gregorian and then Joe Lynn Lang.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Manuk Gregorian, and I'm a proud father of 4 girls at LAUSD. And I'm here to speak for parents who need support to speak, who cannot speak today. I take my children to school every day knowing that the school district is providing safety and education and well-being of my children. By hiding the truth from us parents, you are causing family destruction and you are not creating healthy families. How does a school district decide if my family is violent or disruptive or child abuse? Any family that has child abuse should be considered as very harmful for the children and should be looked at. So it doesn't matter what side you're on, as long as you are in a happy, healthy family, parents should be involved in their students' life and daily activities. No secrets kept away from parents. Parents should know everything about their children while they're in school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Jolynn, and then after Jolynn is Soren Williams.
So really quickly, this is why the the School Success and Opportunity Act, Bill 1266 on the California Department of Education website. This is what they say about whether or not you should tell parents. A transgender or gender nonconforming student may not express their gender identity openly in all contexts, including their home. Revealing a student's gender identity or expression to others may compromise the student's safety. Thus, preserving the student's privacy is of utmost importance. The right of transgender students to keep their transgender students private is grounds for California's anti-discrimination law as well as federal and state laws. And the reason why we need laws like this is Trustee Minor today reposted on her Instagram, if your child is delusional, acting out as trans, parents have thoughts that their child is delusional if they are being who they are. And that's why they need a safe space, which should be the school. Thank you.
Then after Soren Williams is Jenny Sloan, and after that is Darshan Smolodin.
Hello, Board. The notification policy on this gender identity topic is the the same thing that's been going around the districts that has been widely protested by LGBTQ students and parents in those districts. The people most affected by this policy are telling you it's bad. Are you listening to them? And do you even care? I'm a parent, and we all want to know what's happening in our kids' lives. And in a healthy relationship, you will know, and they will feel safe telling you. But what if you notify the parents of a child who don't have a trusting relationship with their family? Study after study report LGBT youth getting kicked out of the house, abused, and sent to, driven to suicide. So I've emailed you some of these statistics so you can't claim ignorance on this. And if after reading these statistics, you determine that you're willing to put these vulnerable children at risk, then that's just one more reason to recall you. You talk about parents' rights. What about children's rights, their rights to privacy and to exist?
I'm an OUSD parent. Madison and Rick, you are siding with headline-grabbing nonsense so that teachers are unable to do their job from ethical and legal standpoints. You are basing our child counseling and safety policies on what is trending on social media. All of the information we have on child abuse and suicide argues against this policy. You are endangering kids, not for parents' rights, not even because Madison believes trans kids are delusional. The real target is the stability of our district. This is why the recall motto is protect public education. Everything Rick and Madison are doing is meant to smash our district. Scaring away teachers and administrators is tanking our ratings. You are opening us up to million-dollar lawsuits that are paid with classroom funds. You are burning us down, and you're using our kids as fuel. I'm here to fight you, Rick Ledesma and Madison Minor, because while your followers don't fully realize what you're doing, I do.
So the next three up are Michelle Zai, Stephanie Camacho, and Frank Rodriguez.
Good evening, board. My name is Darshan Smallodden, and I'm a parent in this district. Once again, Rick and Madison are putting their names on other people's work. All but one of the components of this board policy already exist and are implemented by staff. I know that because, unlike you two, I have a child in this district. Sorry. But that one new piece, that is either your work, or it's the work of the political entities that paid for your campaign and control you. This isn't about trans kids or even parental rights. It's about you two facing a recall and trying to paint the parents that are supporting this recall as radical leftists, which we aren't. You're also using misleading catchphrases to create fear and outrage, but it doesn't distract us from the fact that, once again, you are wasting district resources, our time, and you are placing OUSD students behind your personal agendas. This room may be loud with voices of bigots, but they can't save you from this recall because they...
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm gonna name the next five people. Well, if these people could come to the room. Alfred, Sally Sanders, Maria L., and Sonia. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm here representing the RevComs Revolutionary Communists. And first off, we are here in defense of LGBTQ rights and lives. And what's happening here with this proposed parental notification policy is part of a larger effort across the country by MAGA, Christian fascists, racist, women-hating, and anti-LGBT thugs in and out of government who are fighting for a violent program to eradicate LGBT people from public life as part of fighting for a fascist America. So we are here to defend people against attacks on their lives and on the rights that are supposed to be guaranteed under the U.S. Constitution. And we are doing this as part of fighting for an emancipating future. And we, the RevComs, are fighting for a real revolution to get rid of this system that has given birth to these fascist thugs, to bring into being a future where our LGBTQ youth are no longer afraid, where they are truly viewed and treated as full human beings. Thank you.
The LGBTQ Center OC strongly condemns the decision of the OUSD School Board to move forward with their parents' notification policy. This policy would inadvertently disclose personal and private information about students, potentially putting them in a vulnerable position. It should not be up to the role of our educators and school staff to reveal a student's gender identity when the student may not have shared this with their family. How would they know that they are not endangering a student in this manner? When research shows us that LGBTQ youth are put at a higher risk for family rejection and homelessness, you have no idea the irrevocable harm you are causing by forcing this policy through. Let us remember that the primary focus should be to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for all students. Invest in school resource and education for your students and parent constituents that combats against misinformation and hate. Students deserve to have a safe place to be themselves and decide when and how they come out at school and at home. Disclosing that a student's transgender without the student's permission is a complete violation of their right to privacy.
After Frank Rodriguez is Alfred, and then Sally Sanders.
I'm passing a kidney stone, so I'm going to be quick. But at the end of the day, the Center for Disease Control, the National Library of Medicine, and the American Psychological Association all have a cohesive foundation of their consensus is if a child is going to reduce risk of suicide, keeping the parents involved is the #1 way to do that. As a gay man, I'm going to talk to my community about this. I understand you might feel uncomfortable and you might feel scared. Who you are is not something to be afraid of. It is not something to hide from your parents. Your parents love you. Keeping it in the closet, hiding who you are, living a double life in school is going to cause you more mental health issues. It's going to cost you your life potentially and lead you down a road that you might potentially be addicted to drugs. These are the real statistics of our community. Talk to your parents. They love you. Be proud of who you are because we sacrificed for you to be able to be exactly that. Do not hide. Do not go back in the closet. We came from that.
Alfred?
Or is this Alfred?
I don't know.
I'm Sally Sanders. I'm here because I'm an anti-fascist activist, and this is fascism. This policy it's terrifying. It's part of a nationwide effort and a movement to eliminate and eradicate trans people, and it breaks my heart because this is about kids. Just fucking leave trans kids alone. And this first guy that had the freaking American flag, these hate groups are just stirring this up. The fear-mongering that Frank, he has attacked me. He's with Gays Against Groomers. I've been attacked by that freak. And this, leave our kids alone. These assholes are they're disgusting. Thank you.
All right, last call for Alfred.
Okay.
Maria L. Sonia?
Are you Sonia?
Yeah. I've been hearing a lot about this trans movement. They didn't have this in the 60s and 70s. You guys started all this bullshit. Give me your crap. And you know what? Mental health care? This is what mental health care is all about. What you guys are doing with Planned Parenthood in the schools. This is it. This is it. Look at it.
Please address the board, please.
Okay? Planned Parenthood. This is what you guys are doing. This is mental health to the kids. Bringing abortion into the schools.
We need to stick
Please
to the topic.
address the board, ma'am. Address the board, please.
Right there.
Okay.
Abortion in the schools. This is mental health. These are what's going to drive the kids to suicide. Abortion. Bringing Planned Parenthood into schools and disguising it. Okay? That's mental health. Yes, abortion. Abortion. That's what Planned Parenthood. You guys are disguising it.
All right, so I'm going to give the next 5 or so here. Brittany, Anna Scavage, Sadie Yates, Mickey Simon, and Harley. Thank you.
Okay, you're Brittany.
Thank you. I am an OUSD parent. I also have a master's degree in social work, and I have worked with kids in public child welfare for over a decade. I am here to share my grave concerns for the proposed policy, which does not just allow, but requires the schools to out transgender and non-binary students against their will. By doing so, you are not only making school an unsafe place, you are making their homes unsafe as well. If a child feels safe enough to share their identity with their parent, they will do so. It is not up to their educators to make that decision. There is no plan in this policy to provide resources or support these students, just to violate their rights under the Family Educational and Privacy Rights Act. The disclosure of this information is only permitted, and I quote, if knowledge of the information is necessary to protect their health or safety of the student or other individuals. Saying this implies that being transgender or non-binary is dangerous.
Mickey Simon. Mickey Simon. Harley.
Harley.
Okay. And then Erin Aradence. Can you read that? Aradence.
Okay, she's coming up. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Harley. I'm a trans man. I use he, they pronouns, and I'm not delusional about my own existence. I suffered from suicide ideation in my teens because my home was not safe to come out in. And until I was able to provide for myself and come out, my mental health is incredibly better, if that's the consensus today. I live and work in Orange. I've been an educator for 15 years, both in public and private schools. My master's thesis was on gender socialization and its effects on rape culture. I started a nonprofit here in Orange that focuses on personal wellness and community building. I tell you this so you know my credentials on the topic. It is inhumane to out children without their consent. You are going to harm children. If you pass this, you are telling people through your actions that you want to harm children. This isn't about trans kids. This is about you not wanting to relinquish your power. This is about you being afraid of us, and you stay afraid.
So the next couple are Zuri Rashad and Dave Lieberman and Chantel Hales and Kylie Madrid. And you are Erin, correct?
Yes, correct. Hello, my name is Erin Arenzi, and I'm a program director at Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization. It's important to note that LGBTQ youth are not inherently prone to suicide risk because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, but are rather placed at higher risk because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized by society. A 2022 report by the Trevor Project found that fewer than 1 in 3 transgender and non-binary youth found their home to be gender affirming. Meanwhile, LGBTQ youth who found their school to be LGBTQ affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. It's worth noting that even for young people who believe that their families will be supportive, having a teacher or a school counselor with whom they can discuss their gender identity, or a safe school campus where they can explore and more fully understand their identity before sharing with their parents is a critical part of the coming out process. This proposed policy will remove that space for children in Orange County, in Orange Unified School District, thereby exacerbating the likelihood that students in your elementary, middle school, and high schools will be experiencing the mental health risks I mentioned. Thank you.
Zuri?
Hello, my name is Zuri Rashad, and I'm a PhD student at UC Irvine and a taxpayer in Orange County. Education is of paramount importance to everyone at this meeting tonight, and for students to have a good education, they need to feel safe in their school environment. When I was in high school, I had a supportive environment at school because there was one teacher who would support me even when my parents were not accepting of my identity. My senior year, my best friend came out as a transgender man, and within 24 hours of his mother discovering his identity, he was completely disowned and sent to live in Georgia. And I was robbed of the opportunity opportunity to graduate with my best friend because his mother prioritized how he expressed himself at school over receiving a high school diploma. If you care about the education and safety of children, please oppose this board policy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Lieberman. I have a child at Villa Park High School. I'd like you to stop with this nonsense about preventing self-harm because outing children creates more self-harm. 86% of transgender youth have considered suicide, 56% go on to try it, and 40% of the transgender people under 25 are homeless. Why? Because their parents aren't supportive. If your child comes to you and tells you that you are, and I won't tell you that they're transgender, it's because they don't feel safe around you. You have created a toxic environment for them. Having the teachers report them to you is just called outing. But more importantly, you are going to be in violation of both the law and of California Department of Education policy. Quit this ridiculous nonsense with our money. Stop wasting the money on the lawsuits. Thank you.
My name is Chantal Hales, and I use they, them pronouns. I care deeply about this community. I'm from Orange, and it sickens me to see that this trans panic smokescreen has now reached my city. Forcing teachers and school faculty to divulge students' gender identities to their parents will only result in trans and gender nonconforming youth and their allies to mistrust all of the adults in their schools. I speak from experience as a queer non-binary person who grew up in Orange County. School is already a stressful environment where kids are navigating delicate feelings about life and going through self-actualization. This illegal policy will only make kids feel unsafe in schools, which oftentimes are the only safe space that they have amongst friends and mentors. Students should be able to choose when, where, and how they come out to their families. Teachers and school faculty have absolutely no business making that decision for students. And yeah, I agree, you should leave our kids alone.
Kylie Madrid. And then on deck is going to be Lucas Reeder, Ruby Hewitt, Win Huang, Lauren Daniel, and Sapna Chopra.
Okay, thank you. Above all, a school's priority is protecting its students. When our lawmakers fail, when our families don't accept us, when our friends leave us, it's supposed to be you guys who make us feel safe. We're supposed to go somewhere for 6 or 7 hours a day and be able to forget, to be able to do math and history like normal kids, and not have to worry about the people who want to hurt us just because we are who we are. I don't know what inspired the person to write this to do it, and I'm not sure if I want to know. I just want to feel safe at school. Just thank you.
Hello, my name is Luke Reeder. I'm a resident and taxpayer in the city of Orange. I was an educator for a number of years, and I think everybody here that is in opposition to 8A is here to support the students. We're here to protect the students. But I think we also need to look at the other side of the coin and look at what we're doing to the teachers. Because what we're doing to teachers is we're turning them into instruments of agents of this culture war, where now their whole identity, their first priority is not the students' safety, it's being an informant for you guys, which I think is absolutely ridiculous and despicable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruby Hewitt. I'm a very recent El Medina alumni, and once again, I'm here disgusted by the policies that you propose and the fact that President Ledesma and Trustee Minor put their names on it like a badge of honor. This policy would make students feel unsafe in school. This policy will make students feel guilty for who they are by treating their identity as an abnormality or something that they should be punished for. This policy will strain teacher-student relationships by breaking the trust and making the student feel like they cannot present themselves authentically or use their teacher as a support. And this policy will directly impact a student's ability to learn in their classroom environment. According to the American Psychological Association, gender-diverse students experiencing gender-related stressors at school are more likely to be absent and have lower GPAs, along with other obstacles to their education. You've talked a whole lot about how low test scores are, and adding another obstacle for students to learn is not going to really help that at all. And if you don't care about how these students feel, or thank you.
Hi, my name is Win Hong, and I go by she, they pronouns. I'm a queer Vietnamese American that is a product of OUSD. I went to Palmyra Elementary, Yorba Middle School, and graduated from Orange High. I went to UCLA for my undergrad and have 2 masters from there. And I am now currently the executive director of Viet Rainbow of Orange County, a grassroots nonprofit that serves LGBTQ Vietnamese Americans and people of color and their loved ones. I am the success story that you strive for. Coming out to one's parents as a young LGBTQ kid is not always safe, especially if you're trans or gender nonconforming, or if you're from a community of color. As a majority minority district that claims to provide a safe and equitable culture for their students, just literally do that. Do not bulldoze the needs of trans and gender nonconforming youth and possibly put their lives at risk for a lifetime of harm and trauma in the name of parents' rights. Because at the end of the day, like so many LGBTQ people know, not all parents are right. Please do not entertain this policy. Also, please stop being so obsessed with charter schools. Go Panthers!
Hello, I am an OUSD parent, a longtime resident of Orange. I'm also a psychologist and an educator. I urge you not to implement this policy for the safety and well-being of our most marginalized students. Ideally, all families would be accepting and loving of their gender nonconforming children, and parents and schools could work together to make sure that kids feel safe and cared for. Unfortunately, that is not always the case. Homeless youth are disproportionately queer or trans, and this is a result of being rejected by their families. The Trevor Project conducted a survey of over 40,000 LGBTQ youth and found that these youth are more likely to experience abuse at home, more likely to experience homelessness as a result of needing to leave home, either due to abuse or being kicked out by their parents, and more likely to attempt suicide. On the flip side, youth who perceived their school to be supportive reported lower rates of attempted suicide. Basically, when kids don't feel safe at home, it becomes that much more important that schools can be a place where they feel safe.
What was?
Excuse me, before you get started, we're going to name some names.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and what is your name? I'm sorry.
Daniel.
Okay,
Daniel.
okay. So on deck is going to be Eddie Kim, Elisa Kim, Dr. Michael Hewitt, Kelly Hewitt, and Julie G.
Okay, please proceed.
Being familiar with the anxiety many students experience with a new school year, my mom, a teacher, does the best she can to create a welcoming, inclusive, and colorful classroom where students are able to freely express who they are, who they love, how they identify, or what passions and ambitions they may maintain. Contrary to the minority belief, students do not feel confused, brainwashed, or oppressed by a rainbow or an environment like hers. You are not protecting children from anything, as one's gender identity or sexual orientation proves no threat to others or themselves. Supporters of this item claim that they are doing this to protect the children, but none of you seem to understand that many children don't have an accepting home environment. Supporters of this item also love to claim that educators are aiming to hide things from parents, and while nothing of this subject is or has ever been maliciously hidden from parents, I'm confident that the parents who are concerned of these behaviors are the same ones that indoctrinate their own children into adopting good Christian values, especially those that Calvary Chapel's beloved Jack Hibbs relentlessly preaches about during his cult sessions. Instead of worrying about some kids that you probably don't care about, some of you, reflect on your own parenting techniques. Thank you.
Do you know who promotes and encourages keeping secrets from their parents? That's right, pedophiles, perverts, drug dealers, and sexual abusers. They're the ones that tell children not to tell their parents the happenings in their lives or they will get in trouble. Yes, they will get in trouble. Do you know why? Because we are their parents. and their well-being means the most to us. I'm a parent, and I would give up my limbs, organs, and even my life gladly to save theirs. So yes, a loving parent would be upset if a child is doing drugs, getting bad grades, or even trying to chop off their penis. People and organizations that promote and keep secrets from children and their parents have never been the good guys in history. Guess who else in history divided children from their parents? That's right, communists and Nazis, and she admitted to it. The same people who are promoting secrets between parents and children are the same psycho, unhinged individuals shouting down parents, threatening trustees, going to their house, cursing out trustees in public, and not surprisingly, spearheading the radical recall. I'm in support of the parent notification policy.
Please.
I'm a mom of 2 elementary school girls. I am the one who birthed them, woke up all hours in the middle of the night for years, cradled them when they were sick until my arms fell asleep, watched, fed, and nurtured them as they hit every milestone. I laughed with them and cried with them. I've never experienced a love so deep, my heart bursts when I see them. No one loves my children more than me. Children are not allowed to go to war, smoke, drink, do drugs, get tattoos, or drive until 16, or make legal binding contracts until they are adults. And to think that some believe that children should get to decide their gender with a third party and make a life-altering decision without their legal guardian's knowledge is not only baffling, but sheer evil. Please do not keep secrets from me about my children. There is a reason why moms are called mama bears. We will fight to the death if our children are in danger. I'm here to declare I am their parent and primary caregiver for all mental, social, and physical needs, so leave my kids alone.
Ms. Miner, I'll wait for you, Ms. Miner. Okay, thanks. My name is Dr. Michael Hewitt, and in addition to being an OUSD parent of a recently graduated student, I'm also a graduate of this district. I think what you don't know about me is that I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist for the last 20 years. I think I'm the third mental health professional to out myself in this meeting, and I rise in opposition to this proposed amendment to the parent-guardian notification policy. As a psychologist, it's my duty to inform you that the proposed changes in 1AC regarding parental notification will undoubtedly cause harm to students of OUSD. I am familiar with the DSM-5-TR criteria for gender dysphoria. I've been trained in assessment and the WPATH treatment standards of care. And what I know that you don't know is the difference between what is the problem that you're trying to solve and normal gender expression. According to the Endocrine Society and Pediatric Society, childhood gender diversity is not a pathology or a mental health disorder. Diverse gender expression in children cannot always be assumed to reflect transgender identity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kelly Hewitt, proud parent of a recent Elmo grad. I want to review the potential outcomes of this proposed policy to force the outing of gender diverse children in our district. This will be quick because there's only 2, one positive, one negative. Positive outcome is the parent that accepts their child for who they are, continues to unconditionally love them, and supports them to live and participate authentically in their education and their community. This is the best possible and positive outcome. The negative outcome is the parent that does not accept their child for who they are, harms their child psychologically, emotionally, sometimes physically. What disturbs me is that your policy seems geared toward achieving the negative outcome. You want the policy to advise parents so that they can do something to fix their deviant child, and the child be damned at that point. Your job is to protect kids, which I know is hard for you because they need protection from you and you. Your ignorance is once again on full display, and it's embarrassing.
Please, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm going to name about 5 more. So Julie G., Lori Kaler, Aaron Pollard, Kane Durham, Rebecca Holtz, and Ryan Bent.
Please proceed.
Hi, I'd like to address a concern I've heard repeatedly recently. I've worked with children who are victims of abuse for over 22 years. In that time, I have never seen a case of abuse due to a child's gender issues. I am not saying it's not possible, but in my experience, it's extremely rare, as opposed to abuse due to parents using fentanyl, meth, and alcohol, which is rampant but doesn't make the news. It seems this issue is being exaggerated in order to push a narrative about parents being a danger to their children when it comes to gender issues. My firsthand experience suggests this argument is intellectually dishonest at best. If a child experienced abuse due to this issue, that's why Child Protective Services exists in the first place. We do not get to preemptively and secretively parent other people's kids because of what might happen in a home. That is illegal. It does not happen due to substance abuse, mental incapacity of a parent, or other less than ideal situations. It seems that this issue is being cherry-picked as an exception, which is a dangerous precedent to set.
As a parent and a teacher with a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in education, I can attest that parents love their kids the most. Unfortunately, there's an agenda which is pushed in teacher training classes, professional development courses, and educational conferences to keep parents in the dark because we professionals know what is best for their kids. Jessica Tapia is a teacher who was fired in January of this year because she refused to keep secrets from parents. Sean Redmond is another teacher fighting for his job because he also disagrees with lying to parents. He believed that surveying children about their gender identity, sexual orientation, and religion without the knowledge and consent of parents is inappropriate. His students are devastated that this wonderful teacher may not be coming back. How is lying to parents, who are the greatest advocates for their children, beneficial? How is teaching children to live a lie healthy for their mental health? Affirming a child with gender dysphoria to live a lie when their prefrontal cortex part of the brain is not even fully developed until age 25, and keeping this from parents. I support your policy.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kane Durham. My parents loved me a great deal. They didn't understand that when they worked to remove the part of me that was a little different from a very young age, they were hurting me. They did this out of love. When I joined the brand new GSA in high school, my parents cut up my rainbow shirts, threw out my ties and suspenders. They did this out of love. At 18, I came out as bisexual. They kicked me out. They did this out of love. Over the next decade, they called me a faggot, telling me I'd get AIDS and die. They did this out of love. I finally had the courage at 31 to come out to them as trans. I sent them a letter concluding with this: I love you both so much, and I want so badly to be a good son to you if you'll let me. My parents never spoke to me again after that letter. They've disowned me because they don't believe that I, their 32-year-old son, know myself better than they do. And they have done so out of love. I don't doubt that the people who support this notification policy love their children. They insist that because they love their children, schools should be required to share with them when those students trust teachers with their differences. I'm here to tell you that loving your child and harming them aren't mutually exclusive.
Thank you, sir.
What's your name?
Rebecca.
Okay, is Aaron Pollard?
Are you Aaron Pollard? Okay, go ahead, sorry. Okay.
Hi, I'm Erin Pollard. I use she, her pronouns. I come to you tonight as a mother of 2 elementary school children in Orange County. I'm a higher education administrator. I am my campus's director of equity and inclusion and access. I'm my LGBTQ+ campus liaison. I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist, licensed professional clinical counselor, and I specialize in gender affirming care and have done so for over 10 years. I tell you my credentials so that you know I am qualified to speak on this topic. I concur with my fellow mental health professionals and what most of this audience has said tonight. You are doing this under the guise of supporting mental health and reducing self-harm for students while ignoring the large body of evidence demonstrating the exact opposite. Even when parents are loving and supportive, outing a student to their parents does not produce good outcomes for the student or the family. Also, I notice on the wall you have, I don't have time, the California School Board Association legal guidance produced on October 22nd, or October of 2022 also
Thank you.
says that you are a violation in
Thank
your
you,
own
ma'am.
organization's
Please.
legal guidance.
Next speaker. Hold on one second. We're going to name some names. Hold on one second.
So this is Rebecca Holtz, and then it's Ryan Bent, and Stephanie Bazadenhout, sorry, Rosa Otero, Maria Guerrero, Sean Redman.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, I think that everybody on the panel got the National Center for Law and Policy's letter in regards to Rob Bonta's misleading and bullying tactics to the school districts. And regardless of what you heard tonight, it is actually not illegal to implement this policy. I wanted to make sure that you guys understand that for cases with real gender dysphoria, the CDC says that these children are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide. Teachers are done at 3. They have summers off, they have weekends and breaks. So what I want to know is if these parents are so awful and so abusive, why is it okay to send them all summer back to these families? They are court-mandated employees, and so if these families are so abusive, why are we not hearing about any of this? It's only when they want to keep secrets from the parents that the parents are abusive. And until a parent is legally deemed unfit or abusive, it is reckless and irresponsible to create policy assuming so.
Is Ryan up?
Please proceed.
Ryan Bent?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Tonight is a great example of how you are on the right track as a board, and I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I've read and written many policies, and this is very well written and very well thought out. What you see tonight is an example of a tyranny of the minority, and they're here to intimidate you. And why do they do that? Why would they possibly do that? Because they know if you put this policy on the ballot, it would pass overwhelmingly with the voters. Today, you have
folks.
about 150 people here. At home, you have parents and voters in the thousands who are watching this very closely. They don't care what your political party is. What they care about is, are you for parents' rights or are you against them? Please vote accordingly. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es María Guerrero y solo
Hold on,
quiero...
hold on one second. Espérame, señora. Necesitamos una interpretar para usted. Ahí viene.
This must be Maria Guerrero.
Un momento. Ok. Habla con ella y explícale cómo lo va a hacer. Por favor. No, it doesn't work.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Guerrero. Yo soy una mamá y mi esposo...
Un poco más fuerza, por favor.
Sí, yo soy una mamá y mi esposo y de lo que quiero es venir a decir que estos tiempos ya estaban previstos. Ustedes hablan de muchos números y de muchas ideologías y solo una cosa importante les digo, Dios creó el hombre y la mujer y lo hizo mujer y hombre y no estoy favoreciendo con esto ideologías esta LTGB que están inventando con sus colores de la bandera. Esto ya estaba previsto en el tiempo de Noé y vienen pirámides muy malas que quieren llegar muy alto, pero su torre se va a derrumbar. Los géneros no existen, existe hombre y mujer y así los creó Dios y solamente Dios puede cambiar el mundo, pero no para sus ideologías. Esto de LTGF está lastimando a los hombres y a las mujeres y son un
Señora,
error.
Ya, nomás tienes un minuto. Gracias.
My name is Maria Guerrero. I'm a mother. And what is happening this time was could be foreseen. This ideology that wants to go against what God created, man and woman. and trying to introduce in schools ideologies that are related to the LGBTQ community is not something that is right. And since Noah's time, it was God who created man and woman. And they're building this pyramid, and it's going to crumble, it's going to fall down. Because trying to say there is more than one expression of sexuality is only God who can change this, not men. And this is going to hurt our children, trying to make them think that is otherwise.
Gracias.
Okay, is Stephanie Bazan?
Okay, she goes.
There's some here that are, is it Stephanie?
Yes.
How do you say your last name?
Besadenhout.
Thank you.
Okay, and who's the next one after that?
Rosa Otero, Sean Redmond, Jessica Santana.
Okay, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I'm an OUSD parent. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll just get into it. Nothing I've seen from this board majority has been done in the interest of the kids in this district. You talk and talk about parents' rights, but what about the rights of the students that you are supposed to be serving? This policy is smoke and mirrors. It's yet another attempt to bring chaos and disruption to our district. It's political grandstanding and pandering to the extremist outsiders that you seem so intent on inviting into our district. You're putting already marginalized kids at risk with this policy, unnecessarily exposing us to possible additional litigation, and wasting even more taxpayer money. I urge you all to vote against this dangerous and probably illegal policy. And for those in the audience who support this policy, if your child doesn't feel comfortable enough to come to you with something like this, consider that what that says about you.
Hello, my name is...
Hold on one second, hold on. You good? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, proceed.
Hello, my name is Rosa Otero, and I live here in this district. I don't know when parents became the enemy. I really don't understand. Our anti-recall slogan is protect parents' rights. Why? Because we carried these children for 9 months. We've took care of them all their lives, and you think now we're just gonna leave them? Do you really think that that is the purpose of this? I would like to say that growing up extremely religious, my mother was a devout Mormon, and we went to school, to church almost every day. I can tell you that my brother, even though he was always different, he talked different, walked different, at one point in the 80s began to cross-dress, we still accepted him. We as family, we loved him. He would get into fights because he was bullied. Even though I didn't agree with him, I defended him. Yes, how many of you guys can say that in the 80s and 90s when it wasn't popular? We parents just want to hold our kids' hands. Yes, we parents want to walk down this road with our kids. Okay, that's what we would like, and to pass this policy.
Thank you.
Jessica Santana and Christy Hertz.
Okay, please proceed.
Good evening. I live in Orange. I have for many years. I also have taught 34 years at a neighboring school district. While at school, if my child gets hurt or gets in a fight or is truant or tardy or fails classes or does drugs or bullies another and disputes classes and I get called by the school, they get outed. And that's an important thing. They need to be outed because I need to help fix the problem. If my child is struggling with transgenderism, I get nothing. They're more likely to commit suicide. I can't help them. I know gender dysphoria is real. My heart goes out to anybody experiencing that. I recently asked my two daughters, 25 and 30, to remember what puberty was like for them, and they experienced it more recently than I have. So I can only describe that what they said was something to the amount of biological strip mining. They felt like they had two bodies. They were uncomfortable and jealous at boys because they thought they had it easier, and they probably do. That they were not happy, that their bodies were
Thank you, sir.
problematic. They still made it through.
Thank you. Thank you.
After Jessica
Your name?
Santana?
Your name?
Jessica.
Okay, Christy Hertz And then Paz Guerreras de Batala, which is requesting a Spanish interpretation. Dulce Allison Munoz D'Amico. And one more, Mary Barkey.
Please proceed.
I will be speaking in Spanish, but I could translate my own.
Okay, can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Okay. All right. Good evening, board members and community members. My name is Jessica Santana, and I'm here with Our Schools USA. Buenas tardes, miembros de la comunidad y Junta Escolar. Estoy aquí en contra de la póliza que causará daño a los jóvenes que pertenecen a la comunidad transexual. Esta comunidad ya son marginados y solo son el 1% de nuestra población. Si sus hijos no les están diciendo directamente que son parte de esta comunidad, es por una razón. No se sienten a gusto. Estén conscientes sobre lo que está pasando el día de hoy. Esta póliza solo es una táctica para distraer a ustedes sobre los problemas reales que tienen en este distrito y solamente están tratando de complacer a su base. Basically, I am here to oppose this policy. This is already a marginalized community, as we already know. They're only 1% of our population. And if your children are not telling you that they're part of this community, it's for a reason. It would be much easier if you guys are
Hold on
direct.
1 second, please. Hold on. We need to give her another minute.
Correct.
You get 2 minutes when you.
Okay.
She's translating
Translating.
herself, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So it would just be much easier if you were direct and to say, all you're doing is you're trying to please your base. This is just copy and paste from what other districts are doing. We already know the tactics, and basically I feel that you're just trying to pass a policy like this to overlook the problems that you already have in this district. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good evening. I'm Christy Hurst, the founder of Our Schools USA, a national nonprofit dedicated to empowering parents, students, and community members to protect quality public education for all students. I am also a parent of 3 kids in Chino Valley Public Schools. I am here to urge this board not to adopt Chino's parent notification policy. Let Chino serve as a warning. The district is in chaos. The policy is unclear, and so implementation has been a complete disaster. This policy has been inaccurately portrayed as a, quote, parent rights policy, but it is the exact opposite. This policy puts teachers and the government in the middle of family matters. It puts the government at our kitchen tables, forcing everyone to parent in the way the school board thinks people should parent, dictating when and how certain topics are discussed. How is this parent rights? This is co-parenting with the government. Chino Valley is seeing a mass exodus of teachers and staff. We have one of the highest unfilled rates of certificated employees in the region. Administrators are being told by interview candidates they have seen what is happening in Chino and do not want to work
Thank
there.
you.
How is a district who
Thank
cannot
you, ma'am.
attract the
Please,
best
we have
people
other
to educate
speakers.
and support our
Ma'am,
kids?
please, have some
Supporting
respect.
parents, their rights,
Paz, P-A-Z, Guerreras de Batalla.
What's the name? Paz
Yes.
Guerreras de Batalla. Okay. No.
Okay, so nobody's,
Okay. So
that
next-
was the
next-
Spanish.
next card.
Dulce?
I will.
Oh, okay. ¿Es usted?
Sí, yo soy Dulce.
Okay.
Voy a hablar en
No,
español.
no, no. Esta señora.
This one.
¿Quién va?
Ella va antes de ti. Es la cosa. So you're going to have 2 in a row here for interpretation.
Can you pull the microphone down, please? Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Paz Guerreras de Batalla. Querida Junta de Educación, me gustaría pedirles que crean una declaración de derechos de los padres que afirme que somos realmente que los padres son los protectores de nuestros hijos. Que Dios les ha dado. Necesitamos estar informados en cada paso de lo que nuestros hijos están involucrados, si nuestros hijos están experimentando alegría o trauma, siempre necesitamos estar informados y de parte de cualquier de sus vidas. Por favor, recuerde un proyecto de ley obligatorio que explique nuestros derechos y que siempre...
Más un minuto. Gracias. Ahora vamos a escuchar en inglés. Gracias. Wait, yeah, the mic needs to, is it on? Okay, yeah, there you go. Just get closer to it.
Yes. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Paz Guerrero de Batalla. Dear members of the board, I'm here to ask you that you please create a policy that affirms the rights of the parents. Parents, we have a right to protect our children, and we want the children that God had given us. So we want to be informed at all times when our children are happy, when our children are sad. We always want to be notified of what is happening in the lives of our children. So please affirm this law with the right for the parents, or this statute with the parent rights. We need to know what our children are going through.
Okay.
Dulce.
Hi, voy a hablar en español.
Sí, pero habla con la... hay que ponerse de acuerdo con ella para que...
Yo necesito por lo menos 2 minutos, por
No,
favor.
no puedo, no se puede. Todos,
Oh, no.
todos.
Ok, vengo a representar a los padres hispanos y que no crean que porque no sabemos español no vamos a venir aquí a
Por favor,
presentar nuestra inconformidad. Ok, que tomen otra vez el tiempo porque ya pasó y no estoy.
Hold on, espérate. Okay, hold on. Espérate. Okay, you got, ahora, 1 minuto. Okay, gracias.
Como madre, exijo el derecho a nosotros los padres a educar sobre la sexualidad de nuestros hijos. En las escuelas no tiene que existir eso. Y que todo esto es una mentira, que no nos pongan en contra con los de la LGBT. No, que no nos pongan en contra, que no digan mentiras, que digan la verdad. Nos están imponiendo una mentira, a creer una mentira, pero esa la está imponiendo el Estado. La ideología de género son ideas anticientíficas que nos imponen a través del Estado. Una minoría a través del Estado ha impuesto sus ideas por encima de la verdad de la ciencia y la biología. Las escuelas públicas no es educación sexual. Porque si fuera educación sexual, les enseñarían como debe ser, pero les están enseñando cómo masturbarse, ver pornografía, por favor. Que les enseñe la educación sexual, les están enseñando a los niños, porque entre más pequeños están los niños, hay más consumismo de píldoras de aborto, anticonceptivos, condones.
Gracias. Sí, gracias. 1 minuto. Un minuto, señora, por favor. Ok, ahora en inglés. Señor, espera. Respeto. Vamos a escuchar en inglés.
Good evening.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Good evening. I'm a parent, and I believe that sexual education should not be taught at schools. Also, we are not against the community, the gay community, or a community that expresses their sexual identity in a different way. Even though those ideologies shouldn't be taught at school, we're not against them. But we recognize that there's a minority that has been pushing this issue in the schools, introducing ideas like teaching sexual orientation in school, promoting videos where the children are seeing how to masturbate or pornography since they're very little.
Please.
Since they're very little, these children are exposed to different things, and they are consuming abortion. They're consuming contraceptive pills.
Go ahead.
They are also seeking abortions without parents knowing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one second. You're going to name some more names after, because we got,
Allison Demichelis, Mary Barkey, Barbie George, Jesse S., Haley Horton, and Michelle.
okay, please proceed.
My name is Allison Muniz Demichelis. I'm a mom of 3, a chemical engineer, and an elected school board trustee right next door in Tustin. And I'm running to represent us in Congress. I moved to Tustin over 12 years ago because of its strong schools. I wanted my kids to have all the opportunities I had and more, and teachers and administrators and a board who would be partners in that effort. Today, this board is not meeting that expectation for my neighbors. Every child deserves to feel safe at school, and every person has the right to come out and tell people about themselves when they feel safe and comfortable doing so. LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. The Trevor Project estimates that more than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide each year in the U.S.
Thank you.
And one attempts
Thank you.
suicide
Please,
every
please,
45
please.
seconds.
Thank you. Hold on 1 second.
Good evening, Board. It's never okay to lie or deceive parents. Honesty is always the best policy. Adults should know better than to tell kids to keep secrets from their parents. The U.S. Supreme Court has consistently ruled for the last century that parents, not schools, possess the fundamental right to raise their children and to direct activities and make decisions regarding the child's care and control their education. Parental rights are among the basic civil rights of man. Children do not have a right to privacy from their parents. Education Code Section 51100 and 51101 are very clear that parents have the right to be informed of their child's progress in school and have access to the school records of their child. Nowhere does current state law require teachers and administrators to openly lie to parents. I'm very concerned that the state superintendent of public instruction continues to intentionally misrepresent the law and bully local school boards. This is also an infringement of our local control. The relationship between the teacher and parent is very important. Secrecy erodes that relationship and the trust between parents and teachers. It also puts many teachers in the awkward position of having to lie to someone and leaves
Thank you.
students with wondering whom they should trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hold on 1 second. Did you want to call more names? Okay. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Barbie George. I'm married, mother of 5 children. I was raised by a single mother, a gay uncle, and a trans aunt. One of the scariest things I ever heard growing up was from another adult when they told me, "Don't tell your parents." It should never be okay to tell children not to speak to their parents. Our children,
Please, folks.
our children should be encouraged to speak to their parents and not to hide. As the mother of 5 children, and believe me, they are amazing and they know they can come to me. I do not wish for my children to hide things from me. So please make sure that our children have all of the resources from parents and community and from you.
Jesse S., Haley Horton, Michelle, Eddie, Toma Davis, Miranda Raglan.
It is every right of
May
the
I ask her name?
parents.
Jesse?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Well, you called my name, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
That's right.
Just making
Please.
sure I had the
Okay,
right person.
it is every right of the parents to know what's happening with their children in school. Now, this here is mental illness, and you must not teach that to our kids because that's what it is. If you don't know if you're a boy or a girl, that is mental illness. And how dare you teach that to our children in our schools? Thank you for passing what you're going to pass, because parents need to know what's going on, and no recall. Thank you.
Next person.
Haley Horton. Michelle. And then on deck, please, is Eddie, Toma Davis, Miranda Ragland.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the communists for coming out tonight. You've shown that you are anti-family and you are people that are for the state to be in charge of every aspect of our lives and that our children are not our own. During COVID, unions kept our kids out of school and caused much of the youth mental health crisis. Now the unions are out here again seeking to destroy the family. This is pure Marxist communism. It is textbook. Yuri Bezmenov was warning about it in the 1980s as he defected from Russia. You can look it up. It is still available on YouTube somehow. I am a special educator of 15 years. There was the age of majority. It is still in effect for an IEP. Children are
Please
not
address
allowed
the
to
board.
be
Please
the
address
age
the
of
board.
majority until they hit 18. That means they do not have the rights to their own, even their own education, until they hit 18. And yet we're going to give the kids the rights to their own sexual identities and God knows what. If there are 23 second graders coming out in 1 month, that is indoctrination. It is pure disgusting and it is unacceptable.
If you could please.
Next speaker. Next speaker. Yeah.
If you could
what's the name?
please say your name when you come up, it would help me. So I don't know if that was Haley or Michelle who just spoke.
Michelle.
Okay. And then the person standing here, are you Michelle?
Are you Haley?
Okay. So is there an Eddie? No Eddie. Toma. And then Miranda, and then Nicholas Allen, and then Tanya Armstrong.
Pass this directive, and these youth are vulnerable to being thrown out of the house, abused, and worse. You leave them without a proper education. Will you work with the city and state politician for homes, a way to complete their education, higher education? There are some who pursue this type of action due to their Christian beliefs, opposing the community. To you, I would remind you, the Heavenly Father is supposed to be unconditional love. All children of any religion should have this. You, as community leaders, should do the same. This is neither unconditional love nor protection. This is throwing them to the lions and hoping they are hungry. Those who treat children this way, we see you for what you are, hungry for the suffering of children that don't live up to your standards. It is an act of malicious cruelty. In my opinion, anyone treating young people like this are not Christians. The Reverend Taylor said that Jesus was not brought down by atheism and anarchy. He was brought down by law and order allied with a religion, which is always a deadly mix. The gay agenda is a normal lifespan with the same rights and opportunities as everyone else. Some oppose them because they are different, while those oppose the oppression because they want to be the same.
Thank you, please.
I beg
Next
of
speaker.
you, do not throw our youth.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Miranda Ragland. I'll be honest with y'all, I got a pretty bad headache, so I'm going to make this as fast as I can. Not all homes are safe for LGBTQIA plus kids. A lot of these homes that are not safe are because the children do not feel comfortable talking to their parents about these issues, forcing educators and school employees to disclose this information to these parents can and will open these children up to retribution. It damages the trust between the educator and the student. I recognize the need for parents to be informed. I have children myself. One of them is here and will be speaking soon. I understand this is a complicated issue, but it will also open the school board up to costly legal battles. There's a better solution. I urge you to explore it. Thank you very much.
Name, please.
Nicholas Allen. I have extremely close friends and family who, if outed, would be disowned. If passed, Policy 8A will put LGBTQ students in possibly life-threatening situations. forcing schools to focus more on gender politics and taking away valuable time for education. You say that it will reduce self-harm, but it will do the opposite. If you pass this, you are accepting that children might kill themselves. I truly thought that as a queer teenager in Orange County, I could be safe at school, but with the proposal of this policy, I've been forced to abandon that hope. Keep your gender politics out of our schools.
Your name?
Tanya.
Again?
Tanya Armstrong. And if what you're actually looking to do is prevent self-harm in kids, what you need to do is support them and not out them to the people that don't want them to come out. So many people don't accept transgender or any kind of queer people. And this policy will only cause harm to those kids. If you want to help them, then put mental health into school. Yes. Don't out them to possible abusers. Thank you.
We have, are you Ashley Allen?
Yes.
Okay, so we have about 9 more cards, so I'm going to name them all. Ashley Allen, Lisa Bondarchuk, Sue Gear, Brenda Lesback, Tyler Fitzpatrick, Melanie Pollock, Nathan J. Swanek, George Roscoe, Dom Jones, and that's it. Dom Jones is the last one.
Okay, please proceed.
I'm Ashley Allen. Please
Thank
do
you.
not move forward with this policy. I also gave birth to 3 kids who are in the Orange County School District. If any of my kids ever felt like they needed to explore their gender identity with the safety of a teacher, I would be overjoyed that they had another adult in their life that they could trust. I am qualified to speak on this because I have a transgender child, and he had the privilege and the ability to speak with mentors that he trusted and then reach out to me when he was ready to do that. And I think that every child should have that ability, just like he did. Thank you.
Lisa or Lisa? How do you say your last name? Yep.
I'm here to discuss that 40% of homeless youth in California City identify as LGBTQ+. Shockingly, each day, over 100,000 LGBTQ+ youth in our state endure homelessness. OUSD should be creating a supportive environment for all students, including those who face challenges related to their gender identity or sexual orientation. Immediate parental notification, while well-intentioned, can lead to unintended consequences. Many LGBTQ+ youth fear rejection or hostility from their families, causing undue stress. If a student is not comfortable speaking to their parent, there is probably a valid reason. Furthermore, the scarcity of resources is evident. California has fewer than 300 beds dedicated to LGBTQ+ homeless youth, and here in Orange County, none exist. OUSD must be a place of safety, understanding, and acceptance, pushing for a policy that respects students' well-being and is crucial, especially considering the alarming rate of homelessness among LGBTQ youth. Thank you.
Sue Gear, then Brenda Lesback, then Tyler Fitzpatrick, then Melanie Polak.
Sugir. I'm a resident of this school district, a taxpayer, and a retired 30-year educator. Every child deserves respect. So does every teacher. They should be truly champions for their students and not be made to be spies reporting on their students to their parents. Let's not divide our country further by teaching mistrust with our years of early education. Let's teach and have policies of acceptance of others and of ourselves in our schools, not fear.
Hi, I'm Brenda Lebsack, a former Orange Unified School District board member, a teacher in Santa Ana Unified, a state delegate for the California Teachers Association. I'm here to tell parents the facts as an insider. The teachers union passed a business item saying kids should have access to puberty blockers and hormone therapy without parent knowledge or permission, regardless of their age. Chalk Hospital partners with many Orange County schools. However, parents were never notified that Chalk Hospital has a gender clinic and is medically transitioning 9-year-olds and socially transitioning 5-year-olds. The word transgender is actually defined as many genders. In fact, in my district, we have books that tell kindergartners that their gender can change like the weather based on their feelings and that there are infinite pronouns to choose from. The teachers union endorsed the drag queen nun Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, who mock Catholics. The 988 suicide hotline surveys students, giving them 11 plus genders to choose from. I support honesty to parents, and I support the parent notification policy. Thank you.
Tyler Fitzpatrick, and then Melanie Polak, and then Nathan J. Swanek.
Hello, my name is Tyler, and I am an educator, and I'm here to express my overwhelming opposition to this policy. It is discriminatory as well as a blatant violation of the safety and privacy of the trans and non-binary students, and has no place whatsoever in schools. Nothing about this policy is helpful for teachers or students, and forcibly outing trans and non-binary students would only erode trust in teachers and most certainly result in the abuse of children in hostile home environments. Because there's no educational benefit to this policy, I can only conclude that this policy is meant to deter students from identifying as trans and non-binary altogether. Being transgender is not a choice. It's not something you can legislate away. It is a fundamental part of who they are. We cannot force students into or out of being trans. We can only choose to treat them with support or hostility. And as I see it, this policy is deeply hostile and a fundamental failure to protect students. As such, I strongly urge the Board of Education to reject this policy. Thank you.
Hello, Melanie Pollock, mother of a El Rancho student and a student who graduated with honors from Canyon and longtime volunteer. So, according to the UCLA Williams Institute study in June of 2022, they actually took a survey of adolescents and adults who identify as trans and found that there are about 300,000 in the US. So what that breaks down to in California is about 1.9%. Between the ages of 13 to 17. So where does that fall for our district? We're talking about 248 kids with the population of, 7th through 12th graders. So if half their parents already know, we're talking about 125 kids. So basically you are jeopardizing our district. You are basically putting putting in jeopardy for millions of dollars of lawsuits to beat up on 125 kids while ignoring 25,875 kids.
Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe I'm next. Nathan Swanek.
Yes.
I come here today as a Orange resident, a public school teacher, and a former Orange High School teacher. I have 2 school-age kids who do not attend OUSD. As a citizen who has paid property taxes for decades, it is a shame not to be able to send my kids to their local public school. I do not send my kids to OUSD because I do not trust you. This agenda item is exactly why I don't trust you. This should be commonplace. This should be standard. This shouldn't be up for debate. I am their parent. This is a simple issue. My kids are mine up until the age of 18. I expect to be informed and to know everything I can about my kids. A school district or its employees who would knowingly hide information about my kids from me are not worthy of being entrusted with my kids. To that end, show parents like me that you deserve our trust. Move this agenda item forward. Inform parents. The board has taken positive action to show that they take education seriously. Dismissing the former superintendent, who was an agent of averageness, is a good step.
Thank you.
George Roscoe. Dom Jones. Okay, I'm sorry, Dom. George is
George
here.
first.
Yes, and then it will be you.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm George Rosca. I'm a parent of 4 children. I'm also a pastor. And I would like to commend the board majority for bringing forward this very common sense policy. The way that this has been pitted, one side against the other, I think it really behooves us to ask ourselves the most fundamental question, which will help us understand why this board policy is needed. And the question is as follows: whose children are they? Whose children are they? My parents brought me over here from communist Romania because we didn't belong to our parents in communist Romania. These children are not the school board's children, they're not the government's children, they are the parents' children. They are the parents' children, and parents have the right over them. Thank you.
I stand before you today as a passionate advocate, but as a special needs educator who has dedicated my life to nurturing our children's growth and potential. As a health and wellness practitioner, community leader, and civil liberties activist, and a congressional candidate running to be the first queer African-American woman elected to Congress in the history of Orange County, I feel a profound duty to be here. We gather to discuss what touches every single parent here's hearts deeply, our children, and it's natural to care. Many parents may feel in fear and have apprehensions, even feeling that they're in the dark about their children's identity. But the thing is this: we must recognize that as parents, we are here as a community to safeguard our children. And all of us together must have the audacity to meet this pivotal moment. We shouldn't be here fighting one another. We should be here recognizing that the children must have a safe space in their schools. And our parents must learn that they are not there to control their children. They're there to raise their children to be their most authentic self. So the reality is this: we must make the space for authenticity, for love, and love always wins. Thank you.
That was the last comment.
That's it for cards, okay. Okay, so we are here now to discuss this policy. I would like to, now it's time for board input. Would anybody like to speak to the policy? This is a first reading. This will come back at the next board meeting for action and a vote.
I'll speak.
Okay. Trustee Minor?
So as I heard all the voices speaking tonight, thank you for being here, both sides. I appreciate it. Parents and guardians' constitutional right, according to the 14th Amendment, is the supreme law of our country. This policy is completely legal, and yes, there are privacy rights for children, but a parent's rights to be informed about their child's well-being does not get overshadowed by this. The U.S. Supreme Court has never ruled in favor of a child's privacy rights over a parent's right to be informed about their child's safety and health at school. Children at elementary schools, for example, I was just given a message this morning, about a second grader that was in the restroom, and another second grader of a different gender came in and said, well, I am this gender, so therefore this is the bathroom that I'm using. You can laugh, but this happened. I received an email, and the school's already addressing it. So who is protecting that situation? How does that situation get worked out? I think this is a very vital piece of conversation. And my worry is for both children, because now this child who walked into the other gender's bathroom has the potential of being bullied, has the potential of being ridiculed, has the potential of being outed at this school without procedures that help this child to be able to be successful at this campus. So this policy, not only is it to support parent rights, but it's also to protect children. And I think this is very important because you can discuss all of the outing and all of that, but these children, this child, for example, outed themselves in a public restroom at a school campus. So for this
Please,
child,
folks, you've all had time to speak. It's now our time to speak. Thank you.
so my question is, what happens, kind of like what was already said tonight, what happens when that child goes home and the parents have no idea? What happens when the child maybe has suicidal thoughts and the parents have no idea? What happens when that child is not supported by the people that love them most in their lives? And yes, there are situations, I agree, there are dangerous situations, but I had to take mandated reporter training. I think that's wonderful. Teachers had to take mandated reporter training. If there is an unsafe home, then you should be reporting it. You should be telling the authorities that that home is unsafe. So if you're saying you're not outing a child because the home is unsafe, well, then you should have already been reporting that situation to the right authorities.
Please, keep it down. Okay.
And so a parent, like I said, is a child's first and best advocate. If we can save children from suicide by bringing their parents alongside them, I think it's a great idea. I think equipping parents with the right tools when their children come home and the counselor has told them this situation and the counselor brings them into the situation, I think that would make that child feel even more accepted and loved than to have this secret looming over their head. So I agree with this policy, and I think that it's something that will help these children. I think it will help protect these children, and I think it will help our parents to be included in the situation and in the conversation so that that child has a much better life.
Thank you, Trustee Minor. Would anybody else like to speak?
I will.
Trustee Erickson?
Sure. Okay, I just want to clarify one thing. We have policies. This policy is wrapped in things like suicide and all sorts of things. But the only thing new in this policy that's being presented tonight is the outing of transgender and non-binary students, because we have policies on what happens if your child is in an accident. We have administrative regulations and how to enforce that. We have a 3-page policy on suicide and a 4-page administrative regulation on what the schools have to do if there's a suicide or attempted suicide or talk of suicide. We have a huge policy on bullying. So all of these are already policies within our district. The only thing that's different is this portion. And so that's the portion that I'm going to speak to. I have 3 concerns about it that I'll discuss today. One is the targeting and discrimination of trans and non-binary students. 2 is the high likelihood of expensive litigation that I think will come from this. And 3 is the blatant government interference in the family unit that this mandates. This policy takes a single group of students, one group, and it plucks them out. And it says every other student in this school district has certain rights. They can talk to their teacher about, hey, I have a girlfriend and my parents don't like the fact that I have a girlfriend. Hey, I'm gay. I don't know, can we talk about it? That teacher doesn't have to report that to the parents. But if a student comes and says, I'm gender nonconforming, that has to be reported. So those students are treated differently than every other student in the school. Who's next? Who's the next group? Is the next group going to be gay students? Is the next group going to be atheist students? Is the next group going to be Christian students? I don't know. I have no idea. But I know that denying protection and rights to only certain students is discriminatory on its face. And this one is based on a discrimination based on gender and gender expression. The state of California affords all persons in public schools, regardless of their gender identity, gender expression, equal rights and opportunities in public schools. It's well established in the law, and it's well established in Orange Unified School District policy. We respect our students, and they have rights, and they deserve not to be discriminated against. And it wouldn't matter if these were non-binary students. It could be any group. When you take a group of students and you treat them differently from everybody else, that is discrimination. And in this case, since it's based on gender, it probably also violates Title IX. The language of this policy, obviously, Mr. Ledesma and Ms. Minor did not write this policy. It comes directly from Assembly Bill 1314. That was an assembly bill that was introduced in Sacramento to make these very changes in the law. That assemblyman failed in being able to make those changes in the law. So he said in a newspaper article yesterday that he was going to bring this policy to every single school district in the region. He's brought it to Chino Valley, he's brought it to Murrieta, and now he's brought it to Orange Unified. And what he said is, we welcome the fight, we'd love to go to court, and we'd love to be in the Supreme Court. Well, as a lawyer, I've spent some time in court. It's not a place I want to have our school district. We should not and cannot be the guinea pigs for these issues. He knows that what he's proposing is currently illegal, and that's why he wants to change the law. Now, since he can't change the law, he's asking local school boards to break the law, get into a costly lawsuit, and probably lose. The Attorney General is investigating this. And it seems to me that in Chino Valley, where they are investigating it, they seem perfectly willing and actually gleeful about inviting lawsuits. So let them pay the cost. Let them be the guinea pigs. Don't take more money out of our classrooms. Since January, this board majority has blown through and wasted so much money. We need to stop the bleeding. This is not a good use of our time or our money. And finally, my last concern is that this illegal policy places the government, teachers, counselors, principals, squarely into the family unit, and it dictates how and when families have to deal with this one specific issue. This type of issue should be between a parent and a child. It shouldn't be between a teacher, a parent, and a child. Students go to teachers and counselors on numerous issues all the time. And it's important that students have at least one person, a trusted adult on campus. And those who believe that they're being told to keep secrets, that's just a lie. Confidentiality is not about keeping secrets. And I'm going to read from the Ed Code just so that you know what it says. It says, it is the intent of the legislature that counselors use the privilege of confidentiality under this section to assist the pupil whenever possible to communicate more effectively with parents, school staff, and others. So that confidentiality is to be used to help the student communicate, to help the student speak to people that they should be speaking to. But what we're doing is we're taking mandated reporters, which are teachers, and we're making them mandated informants, and sometimes those two things are going to conflict. While parents do have expansive rights, and they should, they don't own their children, and they can't dictate every single aspect. They're not chattel. It's not, they don't own them. They can't send them to work at 9 years old. They can't preclude them from getting an education. There are certain rules that still apply, and children still have the rights, and we have a duty to protect their health, welfare, and their education. What if a teacher suspects that there will be abuse if they report because that student says, if my dad finds out that I'm gender nonconforming, he will kill me. So what does that teacher do? Does that teacher send a note home in this child's backpack and hope nothing bad happens and then turn around and call CPS?
Please.
Those two things conflict.
Please, let
No comments, please.
Trustee
So
Erickson
prior
speak.
to this meeting, prior to getting here, I received 20 letters opposing the policy for a variety of reasons. The most compelling were from former students and parents of LGBTQ kids. And overwhelmingly, they obviously opposed this. And they opposed it based upon basically sort of unintended consequences. They may be unintended. And I received 2 letters that were actually in support of it, although I wanted to bring up something that one of those letters said that I actually think weighs against adopting this policy. This person said, quote, "Lastly, I want to underscore that there is no widespread issue of parents harming children who are struggling with gender dysphoria. In reality, for a child to overcome gender dysphoria and feel at ease in their own body, family acceptance is a crucial factor. This standpoint is backed by reputable sources," and he lists them, unquote. And I actually couldn't agree with that more, and that's exactly why this policy is so bad. Many parents are aware of their child's situation. In fact, most. If your child is suffering from gender dysphoria, one would think you probably have some idea of what's going on. Any family would try to deal with that in a good way. This policy, however, forces the government into that family for whatever reason. They may not be ready to confront the issue. And it does so in a cruel and arbitrary way by sending a written notification within 3 days of being informed. What if that family isn't ready to deal with this? What if the parents aren't ready to deal with this? What if they need more time? Isn't it better for the family to hear it from their own child? Then there are a minority of cases where the student may actually be in danger. In fact, as somebody mentioned, Trustee Minor posted on her social media something that referred to trans kids as merely delusionally acting out. Okay, so you're going to force the government into those homes and force a confrontation on a 3-day timeline established by Trustees Minor and Ledesma? That's dangerous. What are we going to do in that situation? Are we going to provide support for those students and families? Are we going to provide education? Are we going to provide counseling? None of that is provided for by this policy. All this is a note sent home to your family, and the child goes and has to deal with this by themselves. That's cruel, and it's dangerous. It's indisputable that studies show an open and affirming household is exactly what reduces the chance of self-harm. It is not the notification itself that reduces the chance of self-harm, but the reaction and the reception that the student gets. A teacher being forced to inform on a student has absolutely no way of knowing or discerning or dealing with what that reception is going to be. And it's dangerous to force those teachers into that role without any way of knowing whether a student is in harm's way or not. Teachers should not be put in this position, and students should be allowed to have some time to be able to process, discuss, and figure out how best to communicate with their families and with others. There's many situations that are not contemplated by this. I had a situation with a friend that the mother was very accepting, the father was not. What do you do in that situation? That family is dealing with this situation. The mother is dealing with the child. Are you now going to force that mother and that child to tell the father and create in a 3-day period with no support? You're going to just throw a wrench into that family system? That's not good policy. It's just not good policy. So I would oppose this policy. I think it needs to be thought through much more. There are a lot of unintended consequences of it, not the least of which is creating government intrusion into this family relationship that is not okay. This is not about keeping secrets. It's about keeping people safe, respecting people's privacy, and also encouraging students to talk to their parents, encouraging students to create and get a toolbox so that they can deal with these difficult issues. But that does not always happen on a 3-day timeline.
Anyone else like to speak? Trustee Yamasaki? Thank you. Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you. Thank you to the speakers who came out tonight. It's clear we have very passionate speakers and caring people who love our community and our students. I too have concerns about the policy, and in particular the items that have to do with gender identities on several levels. Trustee Erickson hit every point that I wanted to make, and she says everything so eloquently, so if I could just say same, that's what I would say, do. I just want to make it a point to say I've reiterated this at other meetings, that board members typically don't write entire policies, and it is the responsibility of the superintendent and administrators. It is written in a format that is not consistent with how board policies are developed in our district, and I have concerns that Trustee Ledesma and Trustee Minor put their name on it, are making the recommendation when it is typically made by the superintendent and the staff. The timing of these policies that are brought forward by these two trustees can be construed as politically motivated. Staff did not make any recommendation. They are not staff. My question to the trustees, are you the original author of this policy, or was it created by someone else? And clearly Trustee Erickson said what happened. So I want to find out, who authored this policy? Did you write it, or were you told to present it?
I'm not here to debate any questions you have. You're here to speak. I'm here to speak.
I thought we are supposed to deliberate. Isn't that called deliberation?
We're not voting on anything. We're not voting on anything, Trustee Yamasaki. So you can question away, but I choose not to answer because I don't answer to you.
I have concerns about bringing a policy forward that could be so restrictive that it does not take into account individual circumstances. In a perfect and ideal situation, it would be great for parents and their children to have discussion, to share their feelings, emotions, relationship. But in fact, I highly encourage parents to be involved so that they could do that. But that is not the reality. LGBTQ youth have highly rejecting families are more than 8 times more likely to attempt suicide than those from accepting families. LGBTQ youth make up about 40% of the homeless youth population in the U.S., and that usually means that they were asked to leave their homes. So in developing policies, I think it's important to consider that individual circumstances could dictate that individual circumstances should dictate when students and their families are ready to discuss this matter. Forcing teachers to out their students before they're ready could be detrimental and undermine families. These discussions should be taking place within their own families. Passing this board policy would have unintended consequences, and I oppose this policy.
Anyone else? Trustee Page?
Yes. Thank you again to all the speakers who came out. You shared a lot of information, and I appreciate those that shared their personal stories with us in order to just take a glimpse of what it's like in your lives. As a school board, it's our duty to create a safe learning environment for all of our students, not just some of our students. And by marginalizing some of our students in this policy, it is very dangerous. So if this policy passes, I believe we need to redo our mission statement, our vision, everything, because it is creating a dangerous environment for a population of our students. It's also completely unfair and unjust to be able to weaponize our teachers, and I think that's shameful to put them in that situation. They take their job very seriously to teach our students and guide them. And if they're tasked to out our students and put them in a potential dangerous situation, I can guarantee they are not going to do that. They care for all of our students, and I really hope that this policy won't be the beginning of teacher firings because we already have a teacher shortage. If we wanted to create a policy in order to support our students that are gender diverse, I think that we could do it through supporting our students through counseling without a time frame, because outing a student shouldn't have a time frame. It is a process. We should be able to offer resources, not just for the student, but for the family, to be able to offer counseling, to be able to offer a safe space for them to have that conversation. It should be directed by the student on how they choose to come out, not dictated by a policy or our board. Thank you.
Board President Ledesma?
Yes.
I know
Yes,
that-
oh, yes, we need to,
I just wanted to make a reminder of the time.
right, it's past 10 o'clock, so we need to, through consensus, or no, through a vote, right? We need to vote to continue this meeting and set a time. So.
Yes, and we have 4 more
Yep.
information items.
Yep. Okay, so, somebody want to propose a time that we can vote on? I'd say
would say
probably midnight.
12.
Or one, maybe 1 o'clock.
Let's say 1 o'clock. We still have 4 more information items.
That's fine with me.
1 o'clock? So, trustee, I'm saying, okay. So consensus is continue this meeting till 1 o'clock.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, hold on. We need to vote on this.
We
So
need- We need to vote.
the move,
Is it a vote or just consensus?
Action item.
To vote.
well, I think it needs to be a vote.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to extend the meeting till 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll second it.
AM.
Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and you say you want to take a 5-minute break? Who wants?
Can we finish this discussion?
Yeah, let's finish the
Okay,
discussion first.
okay. Okay, who's next?
I mean, I'll go.
Trustee Ortega?
Yeah. You know, I just want to thank everybody for coming out this evening and expressing your voices in either direction. I can respect, how you feel and what you feel about. One of the things we need to look at this objectively, and we had brought this up and talked about it at our, when we talked about the last Parent Bill of Rights, is looking at that is in that context of parents. We throw it out sometimes loosely about, oh, we support the parents, oh, we support the kids, oh, we support, and the answer is, do you truly support them? And we have to be honest with ourselves. That's what this is about, is being honest and being supportive of parents. Over this such time, we've seen this willingness of parental separation from their kids. And that's what we've been seeing across the spectrum. We've seen this over the last several years occurring. When it comes to, these books that we've heard about so often, these really disgusting books, and I pose it to even those on the board and others, is that, would you read those same books to your kids? And so that's part of all of this, is the parents were not notified. So this is all part of this, as I'm stating. The parents were not notified of this so-called virtual library. They were not notified of the curriculum. They were not notified of certain other, I don't want to say exams, or just other types of items that were being brought forward in the classroom. It was this passive approval that was sent home. And parents would then find out, oh, wow, what happened? What took place? I didn't know. And that is so true, because I saw it as a parent firsthand, because I do have kids in this system currently, and I do see it. and I have seen it. So am I in favor of parental consent? Absolutely. Dang straight. If you want to call me out for a traditionalist, go right ahead. That's fine. And the point is that we need to look at this objectively and what we're trying to accomplish here. You know, my faith teaches me to love everyone in that sense. But how you go about living your life doesn't need to be shared.
Please.
Doesn't need to be shared upon me or my family or others. And so I bring that forward because that's all I'm getting the push from here is pounding my head that I am supposed to agree with everything you're saying. And so it's quite the opposite. I can appreciate that and appreciate the dialogue and the back and forth, which is fine. And that's what this whole republic was built on, is the back and forth. And I've said it many times, we're a local government. You get to come to the podium and speak. You don't get to do that so often at other offices holders. And so with that said, it's like, and it's been mentioned to where we'll call parents for a disruptive student, bullying issues, fights, drinking, drugs, you name the gamut. But then we talk about this, oh, we can't. Excuse me.
Folks, come on. We can clear the room and then we can just continue. We'll still get filmed, okay?
So again, this is about Parents' Bill of Rights, parental consent, parental notification, and understanding. Can there be challenges? We've all said yes, potentially. I don't know. But as it's stated in here about the mental health support, the service support, law enforcement support, that's what it's all for. You know, and again, it's, you know, as I said, this, when it comes to all of it, we need to look at this for what it is and supporting the parents 100% and notifying them with this. And everything in here is basically stipulated by law. So this thing of lawsuits and everything, you can bring a lawsuit against, you know, anything. So, but when it's specified with so much law and ed code in here, it lends, you know, begs to differ. But again, you know, I support it. I don't want to continue with this, but it's, my bottom line is we need to protect our kids. And I will fight to the death to protect our kids. Because I treat any kid just like my own. And so, you don't know me, so therefore I would be quiet. So anyway, I support this, and I will talk more about things when we come, you know, to approve it. So thank you.
Trustee Minor, Trustee Rumsey, excuse me. Please.
So I talked to Mr. Gonzalez. We had a conversation about this, and I talked to the board attorney, Mr. Covert. Long conversation with both of them. I think about it all the time since it came in my Friday packet. Is there repercussion? What would be the repercussions of a teacher not reporting? And I'm a little concerned, like, foundationally, I support parents, and I want parents to be involved in their kids' education, and I want a teacher to be able to report any kind of change of behavior in a student. I have issues on both sides here. And to make it so black and white here in writing within 3 school days, principal, certificated staff, school counselor, I think there's a lot of room for interpretation and yet not. And so I'm concerned about what would happen if a teacher didn't, if this were to be passed. And then also, if a teacher tomorrow, did this without this being passed yet, where are we in that space? And I have a feeling you're not going to be able to answer the questions, but I don't know if you can speak into either one of those.
I think you bring up some very good questions, and we have not implemented this policy, so it's hard to give concrete answers to hypothetical questions. But staff is currently trying to work through that policy to better understand it, and also to consider how it would be implemented and the impact it would have on the student, staff, and families. So we're currently in the study mode on this.
But Mr. Gonzalez, a couple things. Trustee Rumsey, if a teacher did not disclose or didn't comment on it or bring it to, I don't know if we'd know. So I think that might not, we would never know. I mean, there isn't the detectives out there on this policy. They're just, this is advising teachers and so on and so forth. But if you, in areas of the policy that you feel, please provide some suggestions or work with our board counsel to clarify some things. And I mean, this is the first reading. So between now and the second reading, if you want to make some changes or some suggestions to it and share with your colleagues, then that's how we would move forward on that.
So one thing that I thought about was right now, because this is just the first reading, right now my mind is concerned for the teacher and having the teacher do the reporting. I would be more in favor of the teacher informing the principal or school counselor and allowing, especially the counselor who has more of training and has training in this kind of area, that it's on them to, I actually think Ms. Erickson mentioned some kind of, process, maybe not a 3-day school day process, but some kind of process where we're going to bring the parents into what's going on. But Trustee Minor mentioned a child, I don't know if it was a boy going into a girl's bathroom. Okay, that's concerning for me. And yet I don't know the answer. I don't have the answer to that either. But that would concern me on either end. And not to a point of, I know there's parents out there that are not going to handle this kind of information well. However, I don't want to take rights away from the majority of parents. I don't want to take rights away from parents. This is a complicated policy. This is a complicated issue, and it's difficult. And I could work on a bit of a rewrite here. But I don't know at this point how I would rewrite it, other than maybe just putting it in the lap of counselors and possibly principals, because not every elementary school has a school counselor, correct?
We're pretty close to that at this point.
Well, that's good. So my other concern with this is that it says requesting to be identified or treated as a gender other than the student's biological sex or gender listed on the student's birth certificate. So, what does that look like? Is that a student wearing like a boy wearing a dress? Is that a girl asking or writing a boy's name on her paper? I just feel like the spectrum is maybe enough for the teacher to go to the counselor or the principal and say, I want to talk to you about one of my students.
Right. And, I had this discussion with the superintendent about implementation, and we left it at staff would work on implementation, and we did talk about teacher. And in my mind, it would be teacher going to principal and or counselor, and then them going to the district office. There'd be a communication chain. So it wouldn't be incumbent on the teacher. I don't see the teacher making that. I don't see the teacher having to do that notification to the parent within 3 school days. I don't see the teacher doing that. I see a principal. I see a principal or someone from the district, that type of individual.
Okay.
And this is just talking about the potential for implementation.
Trustee Ledesma, though, it says right here in the policy.
I know, it says it in the.
It says it, but
I
you're
know.
saying something different.
I know, you're
So
it
are
says
you
it.
going to amend the policy?
Excuse me, no, excuse me.
I just want to have an understanding.
Let me explain to you. Okay. Yeah, it says it in the first reading. You're right. In the
Okay.
first reading, it says it.
So
That's
you're
why we
willing
have
to
a second
change?
reading. That's why we have a second reading. That's why we're going to work with the superintendent, and that's why we're going to work with Trustee Rumsey's concern or anyone else's concerns. But the thing is, yes, like I said, I had a discussion with the superintendent about this, and so we're going to. But I don't see us. I wouldn't want to gut this policy. I think it's a very strong policy. Does it need an adjustment or two that Trustee Rumsey just pointed out? Yes. But I'm not gonna say let's open this up and just gut it like a fish. I think it has a very strong foundation.
But I mean, as Trustee Rumsey
Please, hold
said.
on. Trustee Erickson, let's
Okay.
have Trustee Rumsey finish.
Well, I might have more to say. I didn't prepare a statement because I was still struggling with what I would even say. I mean, that's why I chose to spoke last. So you may go ahead. I might say something after, but go ahead.
Well, as you said, this is a complicated issue, and it is, there's passion on both sides, but this is a very specific directive. It says, principal certificated staff shall notify a parent in writing within 3 school days of finding out. Again, this isn't even a student having to go to a teacher and say it. that teacher could see, as you said, in their subjective mind, the teacher sees a girl wearing boys' clothes or vice versa, and that has to be reported. According to your policy that you submitted, this needs to be very well written. And if it has to be gutted to get to the point where you want it to be, then that's what has to happen, because you cannot have this, because teachers will get fired for not following board policy. That's what happens. I mean, am I right? If there's a policy and a teacher affirmatively refuses to follow it?
Let's validate that with the superintendent. What happens when a teacher does not follow policy?
There are no automatics, if this, then that,
Okay.
when it comes to teacher discipline. And there's, of course, due process rights that are afforded to our employees. So it can't be definitively said on a hypothetical what.
Well, what generally happens if there is a mandate? This is a mandate. They are a mandated informer from this.
It's a policy.
They could be subject to discipline.
They can be subject to discipline, which can include termination, correct?
Up to and including.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Are you
then,
done,
so then
Trustee
I'm
Erickson?
curious.
Are you done, Trustee Erickson?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me just make a comment. I love the fear mongering. I mean, that's how you get your political message out there. The fear mongering of we're going to start firing teachers because of this or that policy. We're gonna. Please, folks, you know, we can. Like I said, I'll clear the room out so I can talk, because I gave you the respect by listening. You respected other board members here. Please allow me just a little bit of respect so I can speak. So my point in this is that there's a lot of fear mongering. There's fear mongering about the cost of litigation. You know, I think that's smoke and mirrors and just scare tactics. And so it's already been stated that this is a legal policy. And Trustee Erickson, you did point out the one thing, that it's related to gender issues or the transitioning process or what have you. But that's my point in this. Let's call it what it is: fear mongering and scare tactics and what have you. So, Trustee Rumsey, would you like to speak something? Because I would like to speak after you speak.
Well, I am curious because we did get a letter from the union president, and he does mention, you know, a bargaining issue. And I'm just curious if adopting this policy would affect that.
Those are questions that could be answered between now and the September meeting.
That would be one I would want answered, please.
All right, so I urge you to contact the superintendent and/or
do that.
council and work through some of these things. And then the superintendent will kind of hopefully give us any kind of revisions or suggestions.
Yes, I think that's one of the reasons why with any new policy, you know, there is a first reading and a second reading, because there's opportunity there for board members and staff to provide some input. And so we
Thank
can
you.
certainly do that.
Thank you.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
If it comes back, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. Now, I see this as, I mean, I listened to all the speakers, both a pro and con, and I see this as just a battle of perspectives. That's all it is. You know, one side has one perspective. This is, you know, don't notify parents. The other perspective is notify parents. Well, my perspective, please. My perspective is actually personal experience. My family, at one point in time, specifically my daughter, had a friend of hers in high school that was going through, she was realizing that she was LGBTQ and was planning on transitioning. But before all that came about, she was actually considering suicide because she feared her parents. I mean, in a big way. She feared her parents. And my daughter and her circle of friends urged her to speak with her parents, and urged her and talked her down from, or talked her away from the suicide choice. And she did eventually speak with her parents, and her parents just embraced her and just loved her. And this person started out as a Kathy and is now a John. And she is just an amazing individual. Please, can I speak, please? Yeah, excuse me. John, is just an amazing person. Is a chef at a restaurant that one of these days I'm trying to get over there and enjoy a good meal from John. So that's my perspective. And thank God that this child spoke to her parents and did not fear her parents to the extent that she did not speak. So she did not. He did not choose. Well, she was a she at the time, so I'm going to say she did not choose suicide. And then now she becomes a please, folks, you are so rude. It's amazing. So rude. I have plenty more to say, so I'm really considering clearing the room, because I will talk to the community at home, which I hope is still listening at this hour. So that's my personal perspective. So we all have our personal perspectives, and those have helped us with our conclusion with this policy. But it's very basic. The question is privacy of a student or keeping a student safe. And my experience has been a student became safe. I will choose safety of the student before privacy. So that's what's important to me. Parents are not criminals. Boy, to listen to some of you, it's like every parent is just a thug. I mean, it's just, it's amazing. It's like every parent is going to kick their kid out of the house, is going to just dismember them or something. I mean, there's your fear mongering. And I agree with Trustee Erickson about government involvement in a student's, in terms of students. But I also agree with the fact that government involvement in the separation of a student from the parent. And that's what's happening now if we are not allowed to notify parents of, if the government is denying parents the right to be a part of a major decision that a student is making in their life. What would have happened if John would have gone through and never spoken with the parents, and John would not be around anymore? So the state does not own our children. Parents aren't, if you look at the state, they think the parents are the cruel ones in this world, and state needs to get out, take a step back, and we need to. I am in full support. I am full support of this policy. I think it's important that we notify parents in these major decisions that a child is making for their safety, for their safety, bottom line, and respecting parents' rights. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Litt.
So, like I've discussed, we need to take a look at this policy. There'll be a second reading in September, and that'll be an action item for approval.
But just think about what you just said, Mr. Ledesma. You used an example, and it's a beautiful example, and it's wonderful that those parents were accepting. But That was done through a network of friends, talking to the student. It wasn't done through a mandated informant situation. And I agree with you. I mean, most parents, again, I think many parents are engaged and involved and they know what's going on, and that's wonderful. This actually targets really only the vulnerable ones, the ones that actually
I
are
don't see
having
it, I
trouble.
don't see it that way. I'm sorry,
Well,
Trustee Erickson, I
okay.
don't see it that way.
Okay, can we
This
move
talks-
on? Or?
This has to do with all parents. This does not,
No, this is actually part of a nationally coordinated attack against LGBT people.
excuse me. What's that? Please. Can you? What, warning number one, ma'am. Warning number one. I understand. Okay.
One size doesn't fit all. That's the point. And this is a one size fits all policy.
No, it's not.
This is a respect of parents policy.
Yep.
Respecting parents. Okay, so this is the first reading. We will work on this or look into this further with staff and bring it back for potential approval as an action item in September. Moving on to item 8B, 45-day budget revised report.
Are we going to take a break?
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, excuse me. 5-minute break. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'd like to try to get started, get this meeting going. Can everyone start taking their seats? Board members? Yep, we got about 2 hours here. Mr. Gonzalez, let's wait till Mr. Gonzalez gets back to his seat. Okay, here we go. Mr. Rivera, 45-day budget revised report. You got to turn on the mic, I believe. Oh, were there any speakers? Angie, any speakers? Just consent?
It was actually turned off.
Okay.
Okay. So there's 4 sections to this brief report for you. The first I'm going to refer to is the requirements. Why are we filing this report? So it's a requirement when the state adopts the budget within 45 days, that's where the term comes from, that the board is receiving information, the board and the community is receiving information about the impact of the budget. And in most years, what was adopted by the district is the same as what's in the adopted budget. In this year's, there's very small changes. We've posted the report last week to comply with this August 11th timeline. And as you go through this report and the presentation, you'll see that these changes are nominal and are not anything noteworthy that would impact our projections. So on the left side, you see what we reported to the state in our adopted budget based off the May revise. You can see the COLA factors of 8.13, and then what happened the 2 years out. And in the funding level, we reported, as part of our adopted, $291.9 million of LCFF revenue. Now let's look on the right-hand side. You can see that the COLA changed from 8.13 to 8.22. The residual effective funding is about $300,000 of additional funding for this year. When you add all the numbers up for all 3 years, you can see that the impact in our projections is $3.9 million in total. So what I find interesting about what's going on at the state level is that here is 3 years worth of data. And I'm just going to focus on the enacted budget. So there's 2 elements of state funding. There's the property taxes, which are taken off the top, and the property taxes pertaining to our district in particular. And then the rest, the blue bar, is what you find, what's commonly referred to as state aid. So when we receive $100, a portion of that is for property taxes, and then the rest of it is the state provides us in state aid. So you can see in 21-22, that was $110 billion in funding for education. Last year was $107 billion, so the number's gone down. This year it's $108 billion. But what's important about that is, yes, we're getting in education $2 billion less, but look at the property taxes. They've gone from $26 billion to $30 billion. Why has that increased? Because of all the real estate turnover that's happened in the last couple of years that has increased property values, assessed values. So what has happened at the state level? They've gone from $83 billion to $77 billion. So the correct answer is, even though we've gotten $2 billion less in Prop 98 funding, what the state is paying us is actually $6 million less because they're relying on the property taxes from the sales of property to support the first dollar that we receive. Here's a table that the state has provided us as to our funding. The base is what we get when kids come to school every day. That's perfect funding for the year. Then the supplemental and concentration are the additional fundings that we receive when we have students under the unduplicated pupil count, which is foster youth, English language learners, and students of low wealth. So what has happened with the block grant money? Because there was, in the May revise, some significant reductions. So in the art music block grant, it was projected that about half the funding was going to be eliminated. And in the Budget Act, that number was reduced only by 200 million, so a very small adjustment. And down below, we show you what our funding is, which is 13.9 million. Before, it was probably closer to 15 million. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, they proposed to eliminate about a third of it. Now the number has been reduced only by 1.1 billion, which is about a 14% cut. So our funding now that we move forward is going to be budgeted at $22.1 million. So where do we go from here? Well, here's a table that School Services has provided, really focusing that every county virtually is experiencing enrollment decline. And that is the basis of our funding, the number of students that we serve. And you can see the projected decline is pretty significant across the state. The other thing that we're struggling with is besides having fewer students, the fact that our percentage of kids coming every day has been steadily declining. So we're in the unified category. So statewide, districts were around 94, 95%. You can see the last 2 years that they've dropped off by 3 or 4%. This past year, we experienced 92% attendance. We were normally at 96%. So what does that delta of 4% mean to us? Each percentage point is $3 million in funding. So because of our declining attendance, we are having to adjust our revenue projections approximately by $12 million because of that decline. I've taken the table that you saw earlier and I modified it because people ask, well, what happens if kids are out? You know, what's the impact to education? So you have two tables here. This top table shows 132 days. That's what most of our schools are operating. Secondary schools, which brought their kids back earlier, we have some of those, I think 7 sites, they have 133 days for P2. P2 is the period on or before April 15th. So you can see the base funding, which is how much we receive for funding, or how much we don't receive when kids miss school. So we have provided this table. We're going to be communicating to our parents, to our principals, the importance of missing school. Not only is there a fiscal impact, but when you're losing 300 minutes of instruction per day, and you have kids missing 20, 30 days, you cannot recoup that. Right? When they go to the next level, they're not at grade level. They're going to be struggling. They're going to need interventions. The cost of educating that child just grew significantly. And not only from an instructional point, but also there's behavior, because no kid wants to feel like they're failing and they're going to be smiling coming to school. There's challenges for that. So what we're going to continue as a district, we have our Attract and Retain program. We're going to continue the marketing efforts that we've already established. We're going to refine what we're doing. So we're going to seek some input from our parents and students as to those that have left the district, why, and see what we can do to better serve them. We're going to collaborate with our classified and certificate staff, because we're all in this together. We have a foundation now that is established and is working with us, so they're going to be part of the collaboration. And then as we have results, we'll bring that information to you. So we're going to be updating our budget stabilization plan. Our budget stabilization plan is a 5-year plan. Every year we update it. We're going to have, we just have decided to plan for a budget stabilization summit. And what that means is that executive cabinet with our extended directors, we're going to meet to review the potentials of what we're seeing coming from the state, and then developing a plan of how we can best address that. And we have a 4-step plan, a model that has 4 steps to that. So how can we generate additional revenue? What expenditures do we need to cut? What expenditures can we shift to another program, like a categorical program? That's the program commitments. And then, if needed, what type of an amount of one-time reserves can we utilize to get us through until we have more of a safe harbor of where we stand financially. So the next financial report that you're going to be receiving is going to be the first interim report. I take that back. The next report you're going to be receiving is at the next meeting, which is the unaudited actuals for 22-23. The next update you're going to get for the 23-24 budget is in December with the first interim report. I'll be happy to respond to any of your questions.
Question. The tax revenue has not completely come in, sales tax revenue has not completely come into the state, and so they're still kind of waiting on that, right?
So, so what happens is that the state postponed the filing of tax returns. The state and federal postponed the tax returns until October. So generally, 20% of the state revenue from income taxes are filed in April. Now we're not going to see that number until October. So the state is unclear about how much money they're going to get because of the delay.
Which in turn, excuse me for interrupting, but which in turn, we don't know how much we'll get of that.
Correct. So there's going to be revisions on what the structural deficit is for the state once they can confirm what that number is. And we expect to hear that information in the November, December timeframe. And we are anticipating that in the governor's adopted budget projections for 24-25, which will be announced in January, typically around January 10th, that's when we're expecting to hear how we're going to be impacted based off those revenue streams. So at this point, it's uncertain what we're going to have, but we're not waiting to hear. We're planning in advance to see what our options are. And then once we get the information, then we can start deciding on the phases and implementations of the plans that we're looking at. And since we do a 5-year projection in our modeling, we already have a sense of the impact. We're just waiting to have confirmation, and we can see what our reserves are going to be. Fortunately, we have an ample amount of reserves that we built, so we're not a district that is going to be in trouble with the first phase of reductions that the state makes. Let's hope not, but I think we're going to be in a good position. We just need to start planning in advance to know what to do.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, so this is the information item. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Let's move on to 8C, use of facilities fee rate study 2023-24, and first read of board policy 1330.
So this presentation actually collapses 2 items for you. We have not, as part of our budget stabilization plan, and as dictated in our EDGE strategic plan, we're trying to look at how we can operate more efficiently and identify areas of revenue for the district to serve our students. So the last time that we've updated this report was about 15 years ago. So we've gone through a process working with cooperative strategy, and I've worked with Mr. Fertshaw for a number of years. He's done an extensive number of reports here in Orange County for districts. So the legal process is, under the Civic Center Act, you have to do a report to come up with the rate structure of what you're going to charge the community if they choose to use your facilities. And that's under the Civic Center Act. So I'm not going to steal too much of Mr. Fairchild's thunder. Let him present the report, and then afterwards we can tell you what the next steps are in this process.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Superintendent Gonzalez, members of the board, Larry Fairchild with Cooperative Strategies. Just to go over the facility usage fees and the Civic Center Act and the proposed changes to the fee rates that we've calculated. So real quick, Cooperative Strategies is a consulting firm that helps school districts plan, fund, and construct school facilities all across the country. We have extensive history working in the facility usage world, so I've done these studies for a number of districts in Orange County, including Irvine, Santa Ana, Capistrano, Placentia Yorba Linda, and Anaheim Elementary. That's the other one that jumps to mind. So done this a few times, worked on it in districts outside of Orange County as well, so I'm experienced in this field. The Civic Center Act was established back in 1917 to establish that each school facility is a civic center that can be used by the public based on the rules and regulations of both the Civic Center Act and local board policy. It establishes two different types of rate structures for how much school districts are allowed to charge members of the public for use of the facilities. Basically, you have a direct cost user groups that is charged to folks who are either nonprofit or are youth serving organizations where they're charging admission. It goes back into the program to serve the youth. And then you have fair rental groups who are usually your for-profits where the admission fees, for example, would not go back into serving youth serving organizations. Those are the general categories that are under the Civic Center Act. And they pay a fair rental value, which is defined under the statute. So the Civic Center Act was amended in 2012, and it allows a slightly different calculation of what direct cost is. So it added capital direct costs, and that allows the school district to not only recuperate the cost of the electricity and the custodian, it allows you to recuperate the wear and tear on the facilities as a result of the public's use of the facilities. And so that was enacted in 2012. Kind of at the time, districts were struggling through the recession still and declining revenues, and this provided an additional resource for those revenues. So the capital direct costs, again, are a share of the cost of the maintenance, repair, or refurbishment of school facilities. They're limited to non-classroom spaces and non-classroom programs. So as you see in the schedule, you don't see capital direct costs associated with classroom-based uses. So direct costs then, we've already talked about capital direct costs. The other piece is the operational direct costs. So it's utilities, janitorial services, supplies, maintenance and upkeep, contracted services that help maintain the facilities. Those all go into the operational direct costs, and together those go into the total direct costs that are calculated for user groups that fall under that category. In addition to that, there's fair rental value, and that's defined under the statute as being the direct cost plus the amortized cost of the facility. When we say fair rental value, it doesn't mean market value. So when you see some of these facilities and what they're being charged, if this were a private organization, you would see a much higher rate because it's a market rate based on what the market will support. A fair rental value is defined in the statute, again, as the direct cost plus the amortized cost of the facility. So it's going to be lower than if you were a private business looking to rent out a multi-purpose room. It's not going to be the same as what you would get if you went to a hotel and looked at a banquet room. It's just inherently different. So this is not a math lesson. This is just an illustration of how these fees are calculated. And I'm going to try to walk through it as quickly as I can. But the idea is that the operational direct costs look at what are our total indoor operational costs. And I mentioned it. It's utilities costs. It's the lights. It's the air conditioning. It's the water, sewer, gas, all those things that go into the utilities, the custodial costs, the maintenance costs, the supplies costs, all those things that go into keeping a facility operating. You divide that by the total square footage of all indoor facilities, in the case of an indoor facility, to get a cost per square foot. And then you multiply that by the average square foot of a particular facility. So a classroom of 900 square feet, you would figure out the direct cost per square foot, multiply it by the square foot of classroom, and then you get the annual operational direct cost for a classroom, for example. Then you got to figure out the public share of that cost. So you look at the average number of hours that facility is used by the public. the average number of hours that's used by the school district, which we know is roughly 190 days, 9 hours a day. So you figure out the public's proportion of that use and multiply it by the cost that we previously calculated to get the public share of the operational direct cost. You divide it by the number of hours, and then you get a cost per hour for those operational direct costs. There will not be a quiz on this later, I promise. The capital direct costs look at something similar. We're taking the estimated cost of maintaining, refurbishing, repairing the facility, dividing it by the useful life of that particular facility type to get an annual capital direct costs. You basically run it through that same formula of figuring out, by facility and, the public share of that facility's use and divide it by the number of hours that it's used on an average year to get a cost per hour of total capital direct costs. You add the capital direct costs plus the operational direct costs, and you get the total direct costs per hour per facility. And finally, the fair rental value. This looks at, again, the amortized cost of the facility. So we take the replacement value and looking at what it costs to rebuild facilities. The district has a lot of recent history on certain facility types, and we've also looked at what it's cost other districts to do similar facilities. So you take the replacement cost for a particular facility type, you divide it by its life expectancy to get an annual amortized cost, and then you figure out what's the public share of that annual amortized cost on a per year and a per hour basis to get that annual amortized cost per hour, and then you add it to your direct cost to get your fair rental value. So again, fair rental value equals your amortized costs plus your direct operational and capital direct costs. So we've taken all that data. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully I'm selling it as much as I can and how much fun it is. We've worked with the school district to make sure we have accurate information about the cost that you've experienced and the information that you have. And run that through the model to see what those costs look like. There's also a note here that the costs that you're allowed to charge the public include, extra custodial or security staff that might be necessary when events are happening. The rate for custodial staff has been the same since 2008 at $33.50 per hour. So there's also a proposal to increase that to $40 per hour to be reflective of current costs of staffing. So I said it wasn't a math test. This also is not a vision test. Hopefully the version that you have printed in front of you is a little clearer. But what we look at is all the facility use types that exist in the first column there that are the types of facilities that the district rents out to the public under the Civic Center Act. The next two columns look at the two components of the direct costs. So the first column, column A, looks at the operational direct costs. Column B is the total direct costs. And then A plus B equals the total direct costs per hour. So this is the direct cost user groups and how much they would pay per hour. Lots of small numbers, but they range from a classroom at $5.27 per hour on the indoor facility side to a gymnasium at $101.69 per hour. You can see the outdoor facilities are listed there as well as the pool facilities. The fair rental value then adds the amortized cost in column C, and the total fair rental value cost in the very last column, A plus B plus C, lists the per hour costs for the same facilities for the fair rental value user groups. So that's a summary of all those rates, and you can see what those are probably on the paper that you have printed out in front of you a little bit better. This one, again, looks at the comparison between what the district is currently charging and what the proposed rates are. There are some where there are increases. There are some where there are decreases. This is just a calculation that was done based on the information. This is something that can be revisited as often as the district would like to capture the most up-to-date information in terms of facilities costs, in terms of utilities costs and staffing costs and maintenance costs. So this is all information that can be changed as regularly as the district would like to change it. And again, the same comment here about the labor rates increasing from $33.50 per hour to $40 per hour.
Excuse me, group A, B, and C. Can you define those?
So a group A is generally a nonprofit youth serving group that benefits the district. So generally those would be like Girl Scouts, labor associations that may rent facilities from the district for their meetings, parent groups that may rent and use the facilities of the district, and they're typically not charged. Group B would be nonprofit, but also youth-serving organizations that may not as directly benefit the district, and so that would be their rate. And then Group C is outside user groups that are for-profit, generally. That, I think I'll turn it back over to Mr. Rivera to handle the last slide on recommendations.
So we recommend that the board adopt the report that has been published. What you've seen is an executive summary. We actually have in our office the full detail calculations, so everything that Mr. Fershaw just summarized, we saw all the detail. Mr. Harvey and I have reviewed it, and we feel comfortable about the accuracy. You have item 11K, which is the agenda item to formally adopt the rates. There's an effective date of November 1st. The reason we put in November 1st is so that way we could have 2 months to notify our parents and our community members of the changes. So that way it's not that they're going to be surprised by it, but it gives us time to notify. Any proceeds that we generate are going to be deposited in our deferred maintenance account to support our facilities. So there's not monies that are going to be set aside or we're just putting in our reserves. No, they're actually going to be put back to fix our schools. We also propose that the labor rate, the custodial rate, which has not been changed, that we update that annually for you. So as the numbers changes, that would be representative. Otherwise, the district, the instructional program is covering those additional costs. And that the labor rates be adjusted for either overtime or holiday pay, because that rate does fluctuate. Right now, it is not charged that way. So like I said, we would notify the organizations and about the approved changes with the effective dates. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question, Mr. Ledesma.
Trustee Minor?
So this is really interesting to me because I've had a lot of individuals, especially from Villa Park, reaching out asking for use of, for example, the tennis courts. So how I see that there's a fee of $23.88 per hour. Is that for one court? Is that for the entirety of, I think there's 6 courts? And then my second part of that is how would they go about renting those facilities through the district?
I'll take the first part, and then I think Mr. Rivera may take the second part, which is that it's calculated based on the full tennis courts, not just a single court, but the complex of courts is how the fee is calculated.
So if they were just using one court, would the fee be different?
The rate structure, right now, the way the rate structure is set up is for the entire facility. To answer your first question is that we have the use of facilities, which is under Mr. Harvey. So there's a process that people can just file for use and scheduling of that, and that's all coordinated through his office. And we have a secretary who is just in charge of those duties.
And then, sorry, the second part, can they just use one court and just pay the fee for the one court, or would they have to pay for the entirety of the tennis courts?
We would have to adjust this structure, the fee structure, if it's going to be just one court versus the 5 or 6 courts that are there.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Yamasaki?
When I had spoken to you earlier, I thought the tennis courts were one court. Per court, it's not?
That's what I got the clarification. That's
Okay.
for all the courts.
All right, that seems awfully,
Low?
yeah, that seems awfully low. I mean, someone can rent all the courts for $23 for 1 hour? That's like if you rent 6 courts. That's like $4. Like that.
Yeah. I guess I could just speak to it is the fair rental value based on the calculation of, there's not a lot of utilities that go into a tennis court, for example. We don't, besides the lights, we don't have to water a tennis court. So there's that aspect of fairly large square footage, not a lot of utilities costs, the replacement cost, but we can, the replacement
Well, I was
cost
thinking
is,
of like continued use, resurfacing of the courts is.
it's factored
quite-
into the calculation.
Okay.
There's,
Interesting.
tennis courts are, there's a lot of durability there. The replacement is really a net or something, right?
Yeah, I think it's, you're looking at nets every few years and maybe resurfacing it every 10 to 20 years, something
Yeah.
like that.
But to see, I don't know.
It's
Doesn't
it's
sound
very
right.
little, I know, but it's just very little
I'd
maintenance.
like to see the,
Very little
how,
maintenance.
I would like to see how it's costed out, just
So
to,
what we could do
just to
for-
make sure.
so what we
'cause
could
it
do
just
for that-
seems, I mean, I'm no facilities person, but it just seems awfully low to
Well,
rent 6 courts for $23 an hour.
Well, remember, we can't rent it at market value.
I understand that.
So
I
what we could do is
understand.
look at those individual calculations.
Yeah.
And get back to the board.
Okay. I just want to see how it's broken down and how you
Mm-hmm.
came to that, because,
Once you built the court, the replacement cost, it's not like you're going to be replacing and doing things every 5 years. They
Mhm.
have longer lives. So there's not, significant cost to charge because the replacement costs are so extended. But we can bring you back information.
And do we have a comparison to what other districts are charging?
I think we've gathered in that information in different items.
Okay.
But what we can do is survey our neighboring district as to what their fee structure is.
Yeah.
And do that for a Friday report for you.
Yeah, that would be great, because I would like to see how we compare to our neighbors so that we're consistent. And
But what I have to tell you is that not everyone does a report like what we do. So some districts put rates out there and they adjust them without any documentation or going through the process that we've done.
so they just picked it out without doing a study? Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes that's what districts do, and they adjust it. So what we can do is provide you the information and ask if the report has been computed the way that we've had the report computed to
Mhm.
make sure that we're comparing apples to apples.
Well, I think it would be fair not just to get one district, but a group of districts, and then that way we can make sure that we're, within the range.
Yeah, we can do all the neighboring districts.
Okay. As far as classifications of nonprofits and nonprofits that don't directly benefit the district, how do you classify every nonprofit? Like if they're charging monies, or if they if it's a nonprofit that don't serve our students, like is there any distinguished?
Yes, and I'm going to ask Mr. Covert to join me. In the board policy section, you're going to see that there's changes to our use of facilities as a result of a change of law in 2017. And I'll let Mr. Covert explain that.
Good evening, and thank you for that. You will notice that there has been a change in state law, which was referenced in the report you had.
Mhm.
And so when you look at the policy that you have before you on page D, that's that little D in the upper right-hand corner, you have the no charge group. And then when you turn the page, you see that we have now on page E, and this is in accordance with state law, that if you have a recreational youth sports group that is charging more than a nominal fee of $60 per month, there is a requirement then that they be paid at a higher rate. So if you will, if I may, if you have a local soccer league that's a rec league, they're not going to be charging more than $60 a month. But if you have a travel ball league, that's traditionally going to have, much higher rates, and state law then requires that they pay at the higher rate.
So when you say $60, is it $60 per
Month.
per month per student or
Yes,
per person?
Per athlete, yes.
Oh, per athlete?
Uh-huh.
Does it take into consideration how often you use the pool or any other facility?
No, it's the charge that the athletic organization is charging, in effect, the parent to have their student athlete be in their league.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, those of us who've had children in rec leagues,
Yeah.
have an idea about what that cost is. That's not $60 a month.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you're in these travel leagues, travel ball, expensive, if you will, sports based upon the number of coaches that they have and other requirements that they have, then the ed code says you're going to have to charge them the higher rate.
So if a nonprofit wants to use our facilities, is it first come, first serve, or do nonprofits that serve OUSD have priority? Because I would hate to see a nonprofit come in who doesn't serve the majority of OUSD students and reserve a block of
Sure.
a block of time, and then it shuts out an OUSD, I guess, based nonprofit.
So it's first come, first serve, but the site ultimately has the decision on what happens at their site. So the approver of all events is going to be, usually the final approver is the principal. So we are going to, obviously, any one of our internal groups, if it's the PTA or it's the school itself and they have an event, they're priority. So if an athletic group is using a field, we're not going to bump that, we're not going to bump the high school's team to have another team come in or a soccer league come in that our kids are playing soccer on those fields. Our kids have priority. And then it's a first come, first served basis after that. And ultimately, the fit has to be there. They have to be a good citizen and take care of the facility when they use it.
So if it's a organization that left a lot of trash, they have the right to refuse to rent to them again?
They'll usually tell us about it, and we'll talk to the user group and say, hey, you need to change this, this, and this. If it continues, then we revoke their permit.
Okay.
We also have, we also have those priorities spelled out on page C, beginning with activities and programs directly related to the instructional and educational programs of the district. That's the first priority.
Okay.
Any other questions, Ms. Yamasaki?
I do, actually, but I didn't want to hog up all the time if anybody else has questions.
If you have questions, you have questions.
As far as the labor rates are concerned, are these labor rates for after hours, during school time? How do you determine when an organization pays the labor rate?
Typically, it's going to be after the hours because the school is being used for school use during the school hours. So it's after hours and it's weekends, which is after hours, but weekends and nights and
Okay.
whatnot. And so we get a custodian that could be at the site, and this is extra time for them. And if it's extra time, it's time and a half. So at time and a half for a custodian, you could be close to $35 sometimes, depending on
When that would
what that
be-
person makes. So we were almost subsidizing by the 33.50 rate. So taking up to 40 kind of takes everything into account, except for holiday pay, which is double time. So we have to charge maybe a higher rate. So with this new policy, we're able to adjust that, and the new rate schedule, we're able to adjust that annually and each holiday, depending on, what that person makes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it for now.
Hey, anyone else? All right.
Quick question.
Okay.
Based on this, is that you said that the process it's taken, such time to develop this with this gentleman and his firm and what have you. Did you reach out to all the different groups out there that utilize our facilities about the process that you had begun?
So we've mentioned as we book and as we talk to people, we say that the rates are right now under a fee study. So because they've asked, hey, will this rate be the same moving forward for years? And I say, well, no, we're going through a study. So there may be some adjustments. So it's a case-by-case basis depending on, who asks us the question. But most of our user groups, yes, we've let them know that we're going through a study, but we didn't have the results as of yet.
Okay.
I find it interesting that the rates go down significantly for some of the categories. And I mean, I thought, these rates were created how many years ago? The ones that we're currently using?
2008.
2008. And so these are 2008 rates, and cost of living has gone up, but these rates have gone down. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
So we could not find a report that there was a study done like the one that we're doing today.
So did someone just arbitrarily just
That-
made up numbers?
We would never say that. No.
Well,
Maybe based on other schools.
we don't know how the rate was computed. All I know
Do
is
you
the
remember?
data,
Were you
the
on
data
the
that
board?
we have now. All we know is that the data that we have now has been based off our financials, and we've gone
Okay.
through a rigorous process. We actually started this process during COVID, but we had to put a pause until we got back to normal because we just couldn't move forward. So we actually started this process early, and now we want to revisit it and change it. But we did actually start the process in 2019.
Yeah, and it was during a time that we were doing the STEM centers and Fred Kelly Stadium, so our facilities were changing. Sorry, I'll say the mic. It was a time when we were, building the STEM centers, we were doing Fred Kelly Stadium, a lot of facilities improvements, tennis courts are being resurfaced. It's all the work that we've done will raise the value of the property. And that's some of the calculation that we had put in, the direct cost of what the replacement cost would be based on our actual pool costs at El Medina, for example. It was $7.7 million, whatever it was, and then that was adjusted to the replacement cost, so.
Yeah, but it went down, the pool costs at El Medina, even though we have a new pool.
So what we're proposing is that we update this policy every couple of years,
Okay.
that we update the labor rates annually, so that way they're reflective of what we're paying our employees.
Well, I'd like to see the comparisons of other districts before we go forward, to be honest. And,
Excuse me, I wasn't even done. So thanks for the interruption. Appreciate that. So can I finish or no? Without you rudely interrupting me?
Please.
you took like 3 minutes to tell me that I interrupted you? I didn't know I was interrupting. I thought you were done.
I was beginning my questions, and so it's called common sense. With respect to the process is in notifying our groups, and you're putting the timeline in here of November. And you feel that's enough adequate time to notify parents, these groups to notify the parents, I should say, to say, oh, by the way, the district raised their fees, and in return, we parents now, or the groups have to then tell the parents, hey, your fee's gonna go up too. So shouldn't we do a better approach to our groups that are out there? The vast amount of them, that a lot of them didn't even know we were doing this. That's why I asked the first question. I don't believe the outreach was there. And again, it's respecting our folks that are out there. They don't know what is going on. And it was just that simple understanding and sharing with our groups as to what's occurring. And so I don't believe 2 months is appropriate. it should be at least a good 6 months to do a soft landing, to say, look, we've gone through this exhaustive study, we've looked at the rates, these are the rates that we've presented to the board. I'm not against any of that at all. I'm just opposed to the fact in our approach to our groups of not respecting them enough to do that and giving them a soft landing, because it's not just the group, but it's the parents who are going to get affected by this, because the rates are going to go up for all the different activities out there. So all of a sudden, it's going to be a shock to those parents, to their budgets, whatever it's going to be. You know, we're going to increase it from, I don't know, $10 to $20 to participate in this activity now. So for some, it could be no big deal. For some, it could be, well, you know, I can't really do it now, so you can't participate. So is that something that we can approach and do a soft landing? I expressed these concerns to Mr. Gonzalez about that, and about respecting our folks that are out there.
So the board has the authority to, we have a November effective date. If you want to bump that back, that's the board's prerogative.
I think, Mr. Ortega, I think, if I may chime in here, I think what we could do is we could approve the rates, and then my request to staff would be, first we'd approve the rates and push it out, but my request to staff would be during that time, up until that time, to start sharing with the different groups what the rate change is going to be immediately after we approve the rates. So that way, you know, because these groups got to do, potentially, they got to do fundraising or notify their parents that it's going to, rates, their participation rates are going to go up. So I think, like Mr. Ortega said, I think 6 months is a good time. If we approve, when we schedule to approve, November?
So next,
No, September.
So next month, the policy changes,
Right.
right? So the agenda item that says November 1st, if you want to change that date to bump it back, you know, to a different date, let's say February, that's your prerogative.
Right.
To change that agenda item to do that.
Right. And like I said,
Then
though,
we would notify the community based off what the board takes action on.
yeah, take October, November to notify community, and get these rates in there. I mean, it's as much as, you know, kind of a flyer on the rate change, and here it is.
I do recommend that the labor rates, because that's what we're paying, that we implement them as quickly as possible, because we are subsidizing those costs.
Right.
That's not anything that has to do with the facility. That's real payroll cost. So if we're going to have a different effective date for the rates, that we implement the labor rates earlier than later.
Right.
And that's
Mr.
a
Ortega,
difference of,
are
that's a
you-
difference of like $6 per hour.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ortega, you have any more questions?
No, I mean, that was basically it. It's just because, you know, talking to a lot of the different groups that are out there, and you're requesting a lot of information, you know, from them as well, which I can respect. You know, who are you? What kind of organization are you? You know, that kind of stuff. Again, it's like all of a sudden springing something on someone and saying, I need this tomorrow. Not literally, but as an example. And that's all I said is, you know, too often we get things in our head that, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to implement it tomorrow. But yet we didn't bring everybody else along with the whole program as we're trying to what we're doing. You know, we're supposed to be a service-oriented industry, school district. And so, you know, on behalf of the taxpayers who are utilizing this and parents who are utilizing this on behalf of these other groups, that's all I'm saying is if we can start to bring that understanding and respect to them. I don't think it should take that much to ask to do that. You know, my thing would be a March 1st probably implementation, because then you get into Thanksgiving, you get into Christmas and New Year's, start of the new year. So everyone has like almost like a fresh start as I call it, a soft landing. So it's not a shock to everybody that, you know, oh, November 1, we're doing this. Like, what? Where'd this come from? we didn't know about it. That's all I'm asking. You know, I don't think it's too much to ask for.
Yeah, that's the board direction. That certainly can be implemented.
I mean, a lot of these rates are going to go down. I mean, many of them are actually going to be less than they are going to be more. I think the pools, maybe for the higher level, have gone up. But I mean, I think if we increase the labors, because that's what we're actually out of pocket, that's fair. And then we post it and we reach out, and maybe as of the first of the year, we start charging the new rates.
I think the first of the year is fair.
I understand. I mean, I agree with Mr. Ortega that, you know, we do need to be good partners, but on the other hand, like I said, a lot of these are cheaper than they were.
Yeah, actually, more than half of them are actually cheaper.
And that's why we propose to update these, do these updates every other year, because we've made calculations to make up the last 15 years. So as we finish Measure S and some of the projects that we're doing, that's going to change the calculations, because that's now factored in to the construction costs, like the things that we're doing in Phase 2. So I think it would be wise for us to do an update, you know, every 2 years, except for the labor rates, which we would update annually.
So this for the rate change approval, that's going to come back to us in September?
No, it's actually, the board
It's
policy
on
is going to come back
consent
to
right
you.
now.
The board policy would come back to you next month. The item that's on the agenda has an effective date of November 1st. So if the board takes action on that or changes the date, then that will give us the guidance to move forward. So whether it's the November 1st, beginning of the year, or March, whatever date the board approves, that's what's on the agenda for you to take action. Right now, the agenda item reads November 1st.
Well, I personally, I like the March 1st date, but that's me. But my most important request is that staff get in touch with every organization and give them the rate changes,
And that's what we are planning to do.
along with the labor.
Ms. Yamasaki?
May I suggest that we actually round the rates to the nearest $1 so that it wouldn't be complicated for our groups to figure out the cost?
We were talking about that earlier. It'd probably be better if we round them down,
Okay,
because we don't want to charge someone more than what the calculation is.
okay.
So that we will round it down to the lowest dollar, round the calculations down.
So
And round them to the nearest dollar.
Yeah, because I think that will help with the calculations for our groups too. They can know it off the top of their head. But I honestly, I don't really want to approve these rates until I see comparison districts, because I think it's really important for us to be comparable to the districts surrounding us, or at least within reason.
So what is the board direction?
Well, if we're not going to be making the change till March of next year, or January, or whatever we decide,
Well,
is
if we're
one more
gonna-
month going to make a difference right now?
So the agenda item that is on with the implementation date, item 11K. So if that date's going to change or stay or change, then the board will need to take action to amend that item, right? And then we can bring you back the information, the new charts with rounded dollars, checking the cost of the tennis courts, and bring that back to you.
So November 1, we could change to March 1.
Whatever the board wants to do.
So given that this is an information item, then potentially you'd have to pull that from the consent agenda to make any adjustments, or if you wanted to direct staff to bring it back at the next meeting with the updates either way.
Well, I think Trustee Yamasaki is asking to bring it back with comparisons, and then at that time, we would put a March, you put it on, I guess you would put it on consent, right, again, and with a March 1st date.
Yeah, I guess we would have two different dates on there, one having to do with the labor and the other having to do with the overall fees, is that correct? So we could do that, and then in the meantime, provide the information.
Correct.
And,
And we
but this item itself, currently that we're on, is the information item.
I mean, the labor could actually be, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, labor could actually be November 1, and the field rates March 1.
Yeah, and that's what I was referring to
Yeah,
earlier.
okay,
That's fair.
yeah.
Fine.
And through a Friday, maybe we can get you the information of what the
Yeah, I'd like to
rates
see
are,
that.
structures for our neighboring districts.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay? Thank you.
right, thank you. All right, let's move on to item 8D, lease back, delivery method, and proposed board policy, first reading.
I'm back.
The Mr. Rivera show.
Rivera.
He's on again.
So, so we have a board policy that's included in this presentation. And I have here Mr. Yeoman to assist, since he helped us craft these policies. So I'm going to have Mr. Yeoman explain the policy and explain the process that he recommends for us to follow to implement a lease-back strategy, and then answer any questions you may have. Mr. Yeoman?
Thank you all. And as you recall, just very briefly, on June 20th, I kind of gave an overview of the lease-back and the legislative implementation of it, and the pros and cons, and the fact that it's basically just a competitive solicitation method of contracting whereby you award to the best value instead of the lowest responsible bid. So it's an alternative method of contracting. And it's available anytime for any public project for which a contractor is going to construct a building or buildings for the use of the district. Oops. And so that's something that's new that the district has not done previously. And so I wanted to kind of walk through very briefly, since I know you have a lot more to handle tonight, on the process. Basically, I have 1 through 6 here. And the very first part is that you really need to have an architect on contract, because they're going to be doing the drawings, they're going to be doing the design and the plans that are ultimately going to go to Division of State Architect for approval. And so you can't put out any requests for proposals or do anything until you know what is the scope of the project, what is the estimated cost of the project that's being proposed. And so the very first thing is hire the architect. And just for purposes of example only, like we discussed as part of the June meeting, the Villa Park pool project is just a possibility that includes a couple buildings too. So you can use the lease back if the board decided to do that. And that the architect, the district awarded an RFP architect last year on May 5th, and had 4 different firms that were qualified. And by the terms of the RFP, either one firm could do everything, or you could select any individual architectural firm to do any of the projects. And this was for the ESSER projects, the federal projects, or any district-wide project. So almost anything that you wanted to do could be used, any of those 4 architects if you so chose. Otherwise, you would have to do another RFP to select an architect. And that may take, a couple months to go through that RFP process versus using someone who's already on your bench that you could potentially use. So for timing, that's something to keep in mind. And in conjunction with the architect, you have the first reading of the 3311.5, which is the lease-leaseback board policy. And under the statute, under the Ed Code, you cannot award any project, any lease-leaseback project, until your policy is adopted and publicized. And so it can be done in tandem and parallel with, even if you were to select an architect, you have the first reading tonight, potentially a second reading in September. It could be adopted in September. What is important is that it be in effect by the time you issue the RFP. So anyone, all the proposers know exactly how they're going to be evaluated. And without that, you just can't do it, because the RFP refers back to the board policy, and if it's not in effect, it's no go. So you can do the board policy at potentially could be done and adopted, say, in September. If you use an existing architectural firm, say, again, for the Villa Park, just for example, you could potentially be out ready to issue an RFP, maybe 3 months from now, or maybe 2 months from now. And any of the, just like your design bid build, all the contractors need to be pre-qualified, and you already have that. And on the RFP, you can either use the bench of contractors that are already pre-qualified, or what a lot of districts do, if you're not sure, is that they allow that within their timeline to allow contractors that are not currently pre-qualified to become pre-qualified for that project. And under this lease-leaseback, they have to be pre-qualified at least 5 business days prior to the deadline where you're submitting proposals. And they have to submit their standardized questionnaire and financial statements not less than 10 business days before. And so the district can make it longer, both those periods, to accommodate it within the timeline that's going to be in the RFP. Once you get the proposals in, they're evaluated, and the board policy and the administrative regulation that goes into effect talks about how they're evaluated, how they're rated. It's like on a basis of right now, like 300 points. So you have the technical, then you have each of the different things that are evaluated. You have a team of like 3 different people that are evaluating. So it has to be on impartial and an evaluation and the rating that applies to everyone. So it's a fair process, because the whole thing is you're trying to get the best value to the district. And they're rated from highest to lowest as far as the point total. And usually there's a short list. If you have a number, you interview them, the panel does, and then you ultimately get someone that's this is the selected contractor. And if you have pre-construction, meaning that there's work to be done that does not require any license, and that's the advantage of bringing a contractor aboard early in the process, because they can assist the architect in reviewing the plans, of costing it out, making suggestions, this might be a better approach. So it can save the district money in the long run and make it much more effective, because it's more of a collaborative process. So you're not going to have the same issues, change orders that you typically have, and it usually comes in on time also. And so you have, so the typical process, if you bring the contractor in early, is that you award the project to whoever that best value contractor is. The architect's getting their plans approved by DSA. DSA approves the plan. The contractor revises what their estimated GMP maximum price that they had to use for their initial proposal to a firm guaranteed maximum price. If the district approves that, then the board takes action and authorizes that GMP and authorizes the construction phase of the project to begin. And so that's kind of the process that typically happens. And there's all sorts of variations on a theme. I can kind of address almost anything that you might want, but I was trying to just kind of give an overview. But it can be a very effective process that may take anywhere from maybe 3 to 6 months, depending on all the different components of it and how they all fit together. So with that, I'll turn it over. Any questions?
So basically, first step, we need to select an architect.
Yes.
Okay, so that is something that, Mr. Gonzalez, that could potentially be on the next agenda?
Yes. If it's one of the selected bench architects that are already been approved by the board, yes.
Right.
Otherwise, if you're not selecting those, then you would have to do another RFP.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, can we get something sent in the Friday packet of the ones that are already been, that are already on the bench?
Yep, there's 4 of firms right now.
We have Canon Design, PBK Architects, LPA, and SVA Architects.
Correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
I mean, we could potentially have all 4 of those on the agenda and then we vote for one.
Well, you could,
Yeah.
certainly.
Probably not. Question?
Yeah, Mr. Trustee Ortega.
So with this, I believed in the last presentation, it was understood that you would then send an RFP out for a group who would then in turn say, okay, we'll do the project, lease us the property, we'll build it for X, and then give you the keys at the end of.
Yeah.
I'm very simplifying it, but.
I really simplified it and streamlined it. Yes, you have a site lease, and so the district leases them the property for the purpose of the project. Then you have a construction services agreement whereby they're obligated to construct whatever the project is that's been approved. Then at the end of the project, then they sublease the project plus the property back to the district for a period of time, and generally I set it up for 6 months. There's no statutory minimum. I've seen it up to 12 months, but I do 6 months and I've never had an issue with it. And at the end of the 6 months, then the district has 100% ownership of everything.
Mr. Ortega, I don't, but you're talking about a group, I mean, like a team of architect, contract?
Architect, contractor, builder, contractor, builder, same.
Well, yeah, the RFP is sent out. I mean, separating the architect out right now for the contractor, because those are 2 different things. You don't do it at the same time. That you do the RFP for the contractor, but the RFP for the contractor has to indicate what the scope is so they know what they're going to be proposing on.
Or can we just put a price on it? Can we just place a price tag on it and saying the RFP is, as the gentleman presented last time, was that from Martha Pools was saying a lot of these RFPs on the street right now for like $14, $15 million.
Again, it depends on the scope of how much you're including in it, what the district's budget is for it. But in their initial proposal, they have to put in an estimate of the GMP. So that's part of the proposal. And that's supposed to bear a good relationship to what the actual GMP is going to be. But as we all know, DSA can make changes. There can be things during the process that, so.
I get that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you say that we lease the property to them, is there dollars or costs? Like, what's the lease rate?
Minimum of $1.
So you lease it to them for $1?
Yeah, for the purpose of them
For
constructing
them
the
to
project.
do the construction. What is our involvement during that time? Do we just do this and go, okay, you create this for us, and we step back, you handle it? We don't have to worry about your subs, we don't have to worry about checking, or how does that work?
Well, the district's still going to have an inspector. The architect is going to be there monitoring what's going on during the construction phase. And depending on it has to be coordinated, obviously, the schedule with if it's an active school. Let's say like if it's a pool and it's over here, you could still potentially have classes, but it has to be coordinated so it's not going to interfere.
So who is responsible for change orders?
Would be like the architect. I mean, if something were to
Like
come
if
up.
something, there was an increase in cost, they discover, is that our cost? Is it their cost, or how does that
The
work?
guaranteed maximum price is
Right.
supposed to take that into effect. So
Okay.
there's contingencies built into that guaranteed maximum price for both anything that, like, generally it's like 5% for the district, 5% for the construction. And so that's built into the guaranteed maximum price, so you don't have change orders.
Okay,
And then at the end of the project, anything that has not been expended of that, let's say 10%, comes back to the district.
okay. But if they go over, they just have to eat it?
Yep.
Okay. My other question is, so then we lease it to them for $1 or whatever amount and then they lease it back to us?
Yeah, the
For the
sublease.
same amount, or how does that work? I mean, they're not going to say, oh, we'll lease it back to you for
No.
$10,000 now.
The sublease is usually 5% of the guaranteed maximum price. I mean, it's, the construction phase, let's say, will be 95%. You're paying them 90% of the GMP. That's for, as you go along, month to month. You have to reserve back 5% for retention under the public contract code. That gets paid after the project is complete. And then the final 5% is the sublease. And so the district is paying that sublease amount over a period, like I said, of 6 months, and plus I have like a 2.5% interest. So there has to
Okay.
be some interest component to it.
And that would be for 6 months
Yeah.
typically. It's complicated.
It works very well.
Well, it guarantees a price.
I do.
Yeah.
Are the contractors, they have to pay prevailing wages, or how does that work?
Yes, it's like any public project.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know for sure, because if they're owning that project, I don't know. I mean, they're leasing the project, so I didn't know if they were subject to the same.
Yeah, everything's the same.
Okay.
Anyone else?
No, but it's a meat locker in here.
Okay.
Hey, don't.
I think that's it, Mr. Yeoman.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
both.
very much.
What did you want? Okay.
We'll have to work on next steps, and I think that's going to be the architect.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, item 8E, proposed revisions to board policies and bylaws, first reading.
Yes, so again, this is board policies that are scheduled for update, and so they're being provided to the board tonight for first read. These are generally business and human resources board policies, and the plan is at the next board meeting or subsequent board meeting to bring the educational services board policy updates, and there's quite a few that we need to get through, so this is a way of kind of chunking it out so that way we don't overwhelm in terms of the amount of information that needs to be reviewed. So these are here tonight for first read.
Okay. So board members can review this and then speak with the superintendent about
Any
adjustments?
questions, you can contact the superintendent's office and we can get answers to you.
That's you now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like to talk about the office, not the person.
Yeah. be.
All right, so does anybody want to discuss this? Okay, that's fine. So let's move on to consent items. We need to pull item 11K.
Right.
So can I have a motion to
I'll move
pull,
it.
pull?
Oh,
Yeah,
motion to
add
pull?
that, yeah. Well, pull and move the rest if you want.
A motion to pull 11K and approve the rest of the consent items.
Okay, moved by Trustee Erickson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Do we have public comment? There's a comment card for 12B.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a second by Trustee Minor. Okay, so we're going to pass on that. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, so now we have cards that want to speak on non-agenda items, and that is
Are we going to take 11K?
11K, we pulled it.
We just pulled it completely?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll bring it back
part of
with
the-
some
okay.
revisions.
We revised.
Got it.
Okay,
Table, basically, right?
But
yeah, well, they're going to fix
they're
it.
not all here anymore.
Okay, so public comment, how many we got? Do you want to say
There's
that?
14 cards, but I know that I'm pretty sure that many of these people are not here anymore.
Well,
So
we
I can just name them all.
Say the names, yep, say the names. and then-
Jolyn Lang,
Okay,
she's here.
okay, there's one.
Frank Rodriguez is not here anymore.
Okay.
Alfred. Yeah, and he never came before anyway. JJ Mice. Okay. Joette. Chelsea Boyle. Florida. Yes? Okay. Lori Kaler's here. Rebecca Holtz. Patty.
Okay. No,
Rose-
Patty's here.
Patty is here?
Yeah.
Okay. Rosa Otero.
She's gone.
She left.
James Rosenquist.
Nope.
No.
Nicole Vanchel. Okay.
Okay.
Crystal.
Nope, she-
All right, thank you. Crystal Tuesnot.
Okay, that's.
Okay. So
we
then
got
that.
How many? 6?
6.
All right.
Okay.
So-
First card.
3 minutes. Jolyn Lang.
Hello, because the Bill of Rights was the first reading, it gives me a little bit more time to kind of say what my thoughts are on that. The first is it was really encased in some interesting other stuff. Like if my child is severely injured, I would prefer nobody wait 3 days and email me. I would really like to know that immediately. Same thing if there's a suicide risk. I don't want somebody to wait 3 days and send an email. Another thing that I noticed when y'all were talking about it is you mentioned the counselors talking to parents. If the counselors if they see something that happens to the children, they're not allowed to talk about it. They were removed from this because otherwise that does violate the law. So we are removing the person that would have the training to do this because it's obviously a violation of the law, and leaving it to teachers to try and figure out where to do. The other thing I noticed, a lot of people were saying that they're telling parents or teachers are telling parents or telling kids not to tell their parents stuff. That is not what is happening. What's happening is your kid is doing something or saying something in school, and the teacher isn't running out right away and telling the parents. But the teacher isn't saying, you shouldn't tell your parents. Most likely, if it's a good, positive relationship with the teacher is doing exactly what Mr. Ledesma's daughter did and saying, you should tell your parents. You should tell your parents and form the bond, and if you need support, I can help you find support. And that's most of the time what the teachers are doing. And when we're talking about what's happening in these kids' homes, why people aren't calling CPS before something bad happens, No, they're not supposed to call CPS before something bad happens.
Please, let her speak.
That's literally what you're trying to say. The government should be parenting our children. That
Please.
the children in this case usually aren't, sometimes they're getting beaten, but a lot of times is what's happening is the parents are kicking them out. And the parents don't kick them out and then kick them out again and kick them out again. So there's no CPS report to make until after it's happened. And my final, I just have two more things. One is, when you're saying which parents are we worried about? Most parents are great. Yes, most parents are going to be great. Some kids are worried and their parents are great. We have parents here tonight that scare the living daylights out of me if they were my parent and I had to come out to them. We had parents threatening. We had parents following other parents through the parking lot saying they were going to get in fights, and they're the same parents. Finally, do you guys remember Ruby Bridges? I don't know if you did Florida education or if you do. The parents that were sitting there trying to stop her from entering the school, I don't want Orange to be on the wrong side of this argument and go down in the history the same way they did.
Thank you. Next.
Florida. Then Lori Kaler.
Hey, all right. Good morning, board. Okay, I'm speaking to you about a pamphlet given to students during the Planned Parenthood visit in April 2023 at El Medina High School, titled Peer Ambassador Program, where students are trained to be a sexual and reproductive health expert. It was a peer training, and I believe this program to be a ruse created by Planned Parenthood, in which they are utilizing our kids to develop a sales pipeline for their services. How could a student from El Medina be certified as a sexual and reproductive health expert without taking one organic chemistry class? Planned Parenthood is acting out of sheer greed and malfeasance. I don't believe it is enough to inform parents about this program. I ask the board to end this program and any communications about it for purposes of protecting the district from legal suits later on. As a parent of an OUSD student and a taxpayer, I do not consent to having Planned Parenthood as the district's preferred provider for sexual and reproductive health, education, and services. Thank you.
Congratulations, Superintendent Gonzalez. More lies from the recall efforts continue. We all know the consequences of lying. We can't stop with just one. We have to continue lying to cover up the first one. The new board majority has been blasted for not being transparent about firing the previous superintendent. When someone points out that the board cannot discuss personnel decisions made in closed sessions, we hear not true. The board majority is accused of causing chaos. Speaking of chaos, does the new minority and the recall crowd have any respect for the administration and the dedicated teachers who are working hard to ensure a smooth start? Most parents don't go to board meetings and would be shocked at the antics of the union, certain board members and members of the recall. Threats to elected board members and using foul language is unacceptable. There was talk about teachers worried about having to notify parents about their child's well-being. What about protecting teachers from losing their jobs for not keeping secrets from parents? Jessica lost her job in January, and Sean just lost his tonight. People are saying that they're talked into signing the recall, and after doing their research, they wish that they had not. If you are one of those people, we do have forms for you to unsign. Parents have raised serious concerns. Many have thanked the new board majority for listening and working to restore academic integrity. To those who are working to recall our board members, we understand the difficulties of changing course, but protecting the status quo should not be our primary goal. Public education should be about educating our students, all of them. Thank you.
Patty?
Good evening, board. Can you hear me? Okay. Good
Yes.
evening, board. I was going to address the other things, but I really have to address some of the things that a previous speaker had said. People come to these meetings and they get a particular type of way. When we see a person that doxes people, meaning an individual, in this case tonight, a woman that comes to these type of things and takes pictures and puts out the phone numbers and addresses of people along with their pictures, which puts their families in danger. So when people get upset when they see another individual, a lot of the times it's because of a person that's called a doxer, because it puts your personal safety for you and your family. So I just wanted to address that, because there's always mislabeling to parents that come here. I wanted to thank you for addressing the issue of wanting to let parents know what's going on with their children as far as gender affirmation, because most people don't take into consideration the students, their families' cultural and religious beliefs. And that's very important in every city, in every school district, because a lot of this LGBTQ stuff goes against a person's religion and culture. And that's something that needs to be respected. If you're going to respect your students and respect the family unit in general, you must respect their culture and their religion. It goes hand in hand in many families. And you do have students from undocumented families. Those students are the most vulnerable that you have in your communities, because a lot of those communities are misled with the information that they are given. And most of the time they tend to be in the Hispanic communities. There's a lot of people that identify as Hispanic or Indígena that do not believe in this type of stuff. So I wanted to say thank you for being brave and wanting to put a resolution like this, because when you do something like that, it brings a lot of hatred to people that are just trying to better their communities, to better their schools. And there is nothing worse than a child keeping secrets from their parents. Because as a mother, when I hear that type of stuff, all I think is pedophilia. I value children. I value families. And there's a lot of parents like me from my brown community. When we hear stuff like that, it is towards pedophilia. So we don't like it. Thank you so much.
Nicolette, and then Crystal, two's not, and then Rosa Otero.
Thank you. There is no such thing as parental rights. The government nor school boards gives us the right to be a parent. This is about parents' choice. For instance, why are we not requiring legislators to explain to us why they're proposing multiple bills that essentially remove parental oversight of our children when they are in educational care? AB 957 will equate not affirming a child's confusion, imagination, and exploration as child abuse, which will give teachers and administrators power to begin the process of removing children from their loving homes and place into a system that systemically fails children every day. AB 665 will remove a child from their home without any investigation of danger. A parent won't even know their child is gone until they don't return home from school, and the administration will not inform them of their child's location. AB 1078 will strip the power from school boards to choose curriculums, which really strips power from parents that vote in the school board members. This bill will also defund, fine, and possibly fire school boards who listen to the concerns of parents that want sexually explicit content placed under the guise of inclusion and diversity to be removed from their child's curriculum and libraries. SB 407 will deny families to adopt unless they affirm a child's gender choice. The same people who praise abortion are now making it law to refuse children to be raised in loving households for their own personal agendas. AB 223 will legally allow another adult to change a child's name, gender, and gender marker confidentially without that parent's knowledge. That's just about 5 out of 15 dangerous freaking bills that our legislators are trying to add into law that directly affects our children's way of life, education, really lack thereof if we're being honest in California, and innocence. These bills are threats to teachers and school boards across our state, meant to instill fear and encouragement to protect your jobs instead of protecting our babies. You'd rather fight to educate kids on the multiple layers of sex instead of equipping them to lead intelligent lives. They are our future, and we, the parents, will not let anybody just steal it. Thank you.
Actually, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're last. We have.
Crystal?
Hi, my name's Crystal Tusnot, and I'm a parent of 3 elementary students here in OUSD. I am tired, not just because of the late hour, but because I have to keep paying attention to what you guys are doing. School board meetings, quite frankly, should be boring. We should be interested, but we shouldn't have to inspect your agendas to make sure that you're not trying to sneak things in for us. I'm trying to wrap my head around why some of you continue to feel the need to stir the pot and invite this chaos and this circus to our school district. And I really want to just not care so much about what you're doing, because I trust that you have my kids' best interests at heart, but I don't trust you. You guys have so eroded that trust. You've invited outsiders with no stake in this district to spread lies about the people that are in the classroom with my kids day after day. There will always be issues in any organization, in any community that we disagree about. But so many of the things that you guys have been touting as parents' rights over the last few months leave so many of the actual parents out of the conversations. And that doesn't even take into consideration the students' rights. My children are not my property. I have been given the great responsibility to guide them and nurture them so they grow into great human beings. I want what is best for them, but not what is at the cost of what is best for all of us. None of us are above another human being, and the liberties with which you guys have been making sweeping decisions for this district are dangerous, both in the physical sense for some of our students and in the litigious and fiscal sense for this district. It's so clear that you guys have decided to use that dais as a political pulpit, and extremely distressing that our kids are now pawns in your games. I know that nothing I say tonight will change what you plan to do, and I guess that's also what's quite so infuriating about all of this. It's performative. You are not listening to us, but you're patting yourselves on the backs when the outsiders you've invited who are funding you and come in and scream into your echo chamber. Congratulations on making OUSD a legitimate laughingstock in education. I only hope that we can keep the fabulous educators that have taught my children and continue to teach my children, and you don't scare them away. I don't understand how we can attract and retain in this chaos. And Mrs. Miner, in a previous meeting about books, you said one child is too many. What about with that policy?
I am back. I never come here this late, but this is so important to me. I wanted to finish my speech because I was cut off, and I wanted to remind you guys of a very religious Mormon upbringing, but I still had our LGBT brother. He experienced from going bisexual to gay to trans to cross-dresser to back to bisexual. His journey was long and confusing. As many LGBT children, this path is not a direct one, it's complicated. As well, there's much drugs in this community. It clouds your judgment. This wasn't the only experience. We also had our Tío Pepe, he was also gay. And also in the Mormon background, he actually died from AIDS. We never saw them any different. We did accept them. The misconception that we as religious families, that we will reject these children or these family members is not correct. Kids commit suicide when they're scared that they don't know what to do. The new trans movement includes puberty blockers, surgeries to remove healthy genitalia. This is not reversible. 7 countries has already sounded the alarm of great medical harm it's caused, and the serious complications far outweigh the benefits. This is a lifelong decision. Who's going to be there to protect these children? We as a family are the only ones that are going to be there to support these children. To Rumsey's question, how should this parent notification policy be implemented? It's simple. A teacher should just, if being asked questions by a student about their gender identity, only then should they call a parent and ask, have you spoken to your child about gender identity? It is the only question you need to ask. That alone will open the doors for the parent to begin those questions. If the teacher refuses, she can assign it to a principal or a counselor. Just one simple question. I left my daughter, I took her out of kindergarten because I was very disappointed in many things without this district. But one of the things that broke my heart was my little kindergartner, which I left right now, my roommate, because she had another little girl when she was in kindergarten kiss her on the mouth. A teacher didn't tell me, nobody told me. After a few days of her acting very strange and she didn't like school anymore, she suddenly tells me, a girl kissed me on the mouth. I don't know what to do, Mom. A cold bath came over me. My sweet little innocent girl, 5 to 6-year-old, was confused. My heart sunk and I said, it wasn't appropriate what she did and you should walk away and tell your teacher. She said, I did, and she said, go play. This is the mistrust that we have, us parents in the district. This is when a rage filled within me, and I worked on Madison's campaign. I only ask you to pass this so that us parents can restore our trust.
Thank you. Ernst? Okay. That was public comment. Other business? Board, staff, conference, and comments? Hearing none. Okay, I would like to adjourn at 12:32. Meeting adjourned.